10% are on track to meet the 1.5-degree targets, and we're burning through the allocated carbon budget. Will be running out within 6 years.
So what you're doing at MSCI is putting on the agenda the fact that many companies and many of those involved probably don't even realize the enormity of what they're burning, and it's happening much quicker than they thought.
That's correct, yeah. Using a forward-looking metric, which is aligned with the TCFD portfolio alignment team recommendations on standardizing these types of metrics.
And what happens when you confront them with the data?
They want to understand how to decompose and how to do better. That is generally the message that we're getting from our colleagues in the research centre.
That's why I say that it's not about narrowing the delta, it's about accelerating the delta, because, and several of you are nodding here, and I think others are nodding, I can see as well. Let me move on to the experience inside KSA, to Maha Al-Nuat, who's GM of Sustainability Development at STC, the big telecommunications company. Welcome, Maha. What are you learning? What have you learned in recent months on the radical thinking necessary for you and colleagues to embrace what is needed to achieve net zero?
Thank you, Nick. Actually, STC committed to net zero by 2050. We are in processing and establishing a science-based target. We try to work heavily with our partners, with our clients, to create more services to reduce this target, to speed up
But what you're trying to generate is new thinking, new approaches, new innovations. How speedily are you able to do that?
I will give you one example, which is always we're proud of it. We have a solution which is virtual health clinic service, smart services, which will affect this target to accelerate the carbon footprint early, and to give an example to other companies to work at the same level.
How are you doing on incentivizing those you're involved with to shift towards circularity, to shift towards a new way of thinking? After all, it's 6 months at the same time as the big summit in Riyadh in October, the big FII summit, that really much moved forward. How much change have you really seen?
I think we do take an action with the ESG file in Saudi Arabia, and it's a must. But working with such as partners, BIF, Ministry of Commerce, and different partners and peers like Aramco, Sabek, and as a teleco company, or one of the biggest company, digital company in the region, we play a great role to increase the impact, to achieve the target earlier, to link with Vision's 2030 vision of Saudi Arabia.
Now, Bob Mann, you're working in KSA. You've been there for 3 years. What kind of changes are you seeing? Because we're talking about both the potential and the reality of dramatic changes in thinking in these areas.
Yeah, look, I think in my short time working with KSA, I've been just impressed by a few things. One, the social change that's happening, the environment, the energy, the engagement of youth that's happening there, but also in the commitment to the role that Saudi Arabia can play in this transition that we've talked about. Right? When you look at the opportunity for world-leading low-cost renewable energy, for the world-leading carbon capture capability, for advantage feedstocks on the hydrocarbon side that can also enable the transition as part of this next phase, it's a tremendous opportunity. It's a tremendous opportunity for leadership through the transition, for our assets, for our products, for the markets that we serve. So for us, it's an exciting time. I mean, we talk a bit always about announcing the targets, like we announced our 2050 targets. Aramco has announced theirs as well. But we actually spent multiple years developing a roadmap to deliver those before we even made the announcements. And it's consistent not just with a responsibility to decarbonize, but a market opportunity for us, right? Because the companies that can lead through that transition to provide more circular products, low carbon products, are the companies that are going to win the markets at the end of the transition.
What about the overarching ambition, though? We talk about net zero. It's become part of the language. It's the ambition. But let me share with you a conversation I had with John Kerry only last week, where he said even net zero is not going to be enough. What is your view when it comes to pushing even harder than net zero?
Yeah, great question. So I think first off, we need to be clear that I think driving absolute emission reductions is really what our mindset should be. This gets to this net zero
And at
comment.
high speed.
Yeah, and at high speed. And I think one thing we should also be careful in these groups when we talk, we have a tendency at times, all of us, to make the issues sound very complex, and the implementation and what we're going to do, we tend to water that down with generalities, right? The reality is, for our industry specifically, the issue is to decarbonize is how do you generate heat through a different way? It's not more complex than that. 85% of the emissions from the chemical industry on Scope 1 emissions come from the heat used to drive our reactions. So it's a simple issue from what causes the problem. You've got to generate heat by another source. And how are you going to do that? You're going to do it through use of renewable energy. You're going to do it through clean approaches that leverage hydrocarbons where you can capture that CO2. But the issue itself is, in terms of solutions, pretty clear-cut. Where we sometimes suffer is in discussing what are the real things needed to make that transition happen, right? So just a few examples. If we're going to drive renewable energy conversion, it's great to focus on EV automobiles, but if the grid is not expanded, if we don't invest in renewable energy supply, all of that's a pointless level of investment. We have to invest in carbon capture capability that can bring the cost of those activities down to impact the whole value chain in a better way. We have to electrify a lot of things that we use natural gas for today. We have to leverage blue and eventually green hydrogen much more in our processes. There are real technology solutions to drive those things, but those transitions are extremely complex to implement. And when we talk about ESG investment, sometimes we have a tendency to simplify what that, to talk generally about ESG investments. Well, technologies that might return 15 to 20% for investors might be ancillary to the actual core issues that have to be invested in to drive that transition. And to me, this is where I have the biggest concern and where we need the most support. But we're committed to investing in those technologies I highlighted, but we need the infrastructure to make that transition happen if we're going to accelerate.
Well, we've heard two voices from the Kingdom, and I'll come to Saudi Aramco in a moment, if I may. But let's get more broadly into the data that you've got from EY, Gillian, your Global Sustainable Finance lead partner. You've got a lot more data, more broadly than just the Kingdom or the Middle East, about how much those out there who think they're going green really are.
Yeah, thank you. So I represent financial services, work with financial services clients at EY on the sustainability agenda. I think the first thing I'm going to pick up on is the interest, the fact that there is an information gap between financial services and corporates. So corporates telling their story so that financial services can truly interpret the risks, the rewards, as you've said, the investment plans, etc. And on the flip side, for the corporates to understand, how financial services operates. So we actually do quite a lot of work bringing together the real world economy and financial services.
What's the data showing you?
But the data, to your point, so we annually assess around just over 1,100 firms on their reporting of climate change. And very similar to the stats that Melissa came up with, our findings suggest that whilst climate reporting from corporates is going up, only 42% do scenario modelling, and only 14% put climate change activity in their financial statement and accounts.
14%?
14%, yeah.
Have you done a correlation between the 14% and how much say they're doing much more, but are not in reality?
So, I mean, the trick is, the point of the report is to capture what is disclosed officially, right? Because, and of course what we typically find is there may well be a lot more going on than is disclosed, and particularly there may be more positive activity than firms are willing to put into their, let's say, financial statement. But I think the journey of improving disclosures and reporting around climate change is one, the ISSB, TCFD, maybe reporting transition plans, as is a requirement or will be a requirement in the UK. I think the evolution of improved reporting and disclosures is a journey that we certainly encourage firms to go on.
Let me put a thought to you. I mean, we're talking about the race to net zero emissions by 2050. Could I suggest that maybe it's more of an amble towards a gentle walk? Or are they picking up speed? Are they in second and third gear or up to sixth gear? I mean, the scale of this is so enormous, but there are those out there, and I'm quoting again Guterres, what he said, the UN Secretary General, that many are lying about what they're really doing.
Yeah, I can't comment on whether many are lying,
It's his word.
but what I would say is, we had COP26 last year, so that's 26 years of talking about improving climate change. Okay, so it definitely feels that there needs to be more tangible proof, not just of what corporates are doing, but what corporates, governments, policymakers and citizens, we're all in this together. The collaboration here is absolutely critical. And if we've got COP27 this year, the 27th year of talking about doing better.
And Melissa, can I just come back to you before I go to Ashraf? Can that be achieved with the kind of data that you're picking up, the kind of way you're collecting data, the willingness of those out there to be more transparent, because they all say they want to be more transparent, but do they really understand what transparency means when it comes to data?
Well, what we need is them to measure their emissions across all three scopes, and then when they put forward those commitments, they have to combine that with an action plan and signposts of where they expect to be along that journey, so that investors, and then obviously to report that in their financial report, so that investors can make proper assessment of whether they're credible, where the company is at. And I would just say, to add to that, we are seeing the more advanced investors who are now looking for an annual breakdown, a quarterly breakdown. As you say, they want to actually start measuring this much more frequently and be able to see what the tangible change is.
Does that infect others? In other words, if there's a good story to tell, do others then try and match it, in your view, Gillian?
Well, I think, as I say, for some of the more advanced asset managers, what we see is they have made certain pledges. So if the firm's transition plan doesn't look like it's on track, then after 3 years, they may decide to divest or exclude that particular stock. So I think, whilst we've seen limited action from investors to some extent on this agenda, there's certainly a group of investors, a growing group of investors, who are looking to measure this a lot more tightly. Well,
let me go to Ashraf Al-Ghazawi, you're Vice President of Strategy and Market Analysis at Saudi Aramco. Tell us what is going to happen and what speed you have been operating. You now have your quarterly report from literally a few days ago was ginormous in terms of the profits you've shown from producing the black stuff. What does this mean for your commitment on moving at speed towards net zero?
Well, let me start by saying I think to us, Saudi Aramco is in a position to lead in ESG and energy transition, not just from its financial position. We believe we are the strongest company out there in terms of where our position, simply because the journey of ESG for Saudi Aramco is not new. I recognize and respect that this term is fairly recent. Everybody is talking about it now, but to us, this is a journey that started in the 1970s. The company,
were you openly talking about net zero then?
Well, it was not net zero per se. The single most significant investment we've done in the 1970s, where we basically collected all our off-gases to turbocharge the kingdom's industrial and chemical industry, that was in the 1970s, what we call the master gas system. This was the single most significant investment to reduce emissions from all our operations. We've had the best water practices since the 1970s, where we actually prohibit investments from using fresh groundwater. You look at also methane emissions. We're leading in terms of where we are in terms of methane, which is as harmful as carbon monoxide. To us, this is where we are today positioned to be the lead in this domain. This is why we're the lowest in terms of upstream emissions, in terms of carbon intensity. This is pretty much in the company's DNA. We have the know-how, we have the experience. This is something that we've done before. We're also among the first companies to experiment with carbon sequestration. So while people today call it net zero, to us, minimizing emissions and minimizing the impact to the environment has always been pretty much part of the company's DNA.
Is accelerating to net zero a function of money and investment, or does that give you self-confidence, which means that you can drive faster to net zero because of the science, because of the looming sinister implications for planetary boundaries and tipping points?
I'll touch on something that Bob mentioned.
This is a test of the on-stage monitor? This is a test of the stage monitor.
Who else would like to speak in this panel? Own up now.
No, the targets are pretty much set, and to me, the speed and acceleration is one parameter. What's really missing today is that all stakeholders need to come together and work towards this. To me, there's no use accelerating and moving faster if you're heading to the wrong direction. I think we all need to be cognizant that this is a complex issue. The goal, the aspirations may be simple, but getting there, having the right roadmaps and all the ingredients, you need the industry, you need the policymakers, you need the investors, and you also need to include somewhat, a stakeholder that has been absent from many of the transition
But the
narratives
existential
today.
threats are even more complex. So you've got to match the existential threat with the dynamic, the acceleration of what you're doing internally, surely.
Again, it's back to those goals and interim targets that you set. There's no use setting really targets for net zero if, for example, emerging markets and developing countries, which we've seen just in the panel before we just started, are completely missing from the narrative. To us, this is where we believe, as complex as it is, involving all these stakeholders in a platform for you to chart a clear path forward. Then you'll see funding come into play. Then you see the industry coming into play. We can always debate whether this is existential or not. To us, oil and gas is not the issue. It's emissions that is the principle.
Well, the IPCC says it's existential.
Well, it's actually their say, why are we or they discounting the role of technology? There's a significant amount of money that's being injected in technology by companies like SABIC, by companies like Saudi Aramco, by many of the IOCs out there to combat emissions from hydrocarbon combustible applications. So I'm not too sure why entities continue to insist to discount, technological advancements that will help us combat emissions.
Let's pick up what Melissa and Gillian said and come back to you, Maha, because you've spent the last year trying to understand your footprint and setting climate goals. What have you discovered literally in the last year?
Actually, the carbon footprint, it's a new topic, and we are in an early stage in terms of the commitment. But I like to mention that in STC, we try to work equally in E and S and G as well. So we have a different success stories or something I'd love to mention here, that we try to use our devices, the one we already, as a recycling, we donate it by like 1,000 every year, 1,000 of devices we donated to underserved area in Kingdom to support the youth in their education. So here we support social and we support environment as well. In terms of disclosure, when we look at the G, we already published the first and second, and next month, we will publish the third report, which is will support us with Melissa in terms of the MSCI, ESG, all of the index to raise the flag about the governance, the disclosure, and how will affect our positions in terms of achieving the 17 SDGs, achieving the target with a carbon footprint, try to create an apps or solutions with smart solutions to reduce the carbon footprint.
As you said, Maha, that this is new to you. Yeah. How much of a mindset change have you had to try and introduce within STC, and what success have you had?
Actually, we started 2019, and it was a very difficult topic, and we had many challenges faced. But
well, people didn't understand it?
Yes, and some of them think that sustainability is regard to green and smart and something not E and S and G. And as Richard mentioned earlier, that ESG is something not everyone aware about it, and it's a new topic in Saudi Arabia. But nowadays, it's I would love to mention from London the source of ESG, that it's a serious topic now in Saudi Arabia, and all of Saudi companies, big companies and listed companies, doing a great job. We had different meetings with our partners, with our peers, with our stakeholders from government, private sector, and NGOs as well, to make this file as a national file, to show people that Saudi Arabia start late, but not anymore.
Melissa and Gillian, and let's just use this as a reality check. When you look at your data and the companies you're talking to, and the data you're getting from them, how much does what we've just heard from Maha on the kingdom reflect? Is it reflected in the data from elsewhere in the world? We've got about a minute each, if we can. Melissa.
Well, we are seeing generally that the disclosure is greatly improving, and we are seeing companies like STC improve in their ratings using our methodology. So, well done.
Gillian.
I would just add that adaptation finance, transition finance are two huge topics. Historically, thinking about ESG investing, which included, let's say, exclusion and certain backward-looking characteristics. What we're seeing on the agenda now more and more, which I think fits, KSA and lots of emerging market economies, is forward-looking, long-term value creation, local adaptation, and investing in the transition. And of course, the investment needs there are huge.
Bob, what's your view? Okay, you're in the kingdom at the moment. You were 20 years at Dow before that. What is your feeling about the way net zero is going to move? In other words, is it an ambition which, while it is at 2050, 2030, actually it practically will advance quite significantly because of the realization of the impact of science, which is why I mentioned the WMO report, warning about 1.5 degree being passed at least once in the next 5 years.
Yeah, look, I want to come back to, in answering that question, also to build on Ashraf's points. So, when we sort of get this challenge of this is an existential threat and we have to push the industry to move, the industry is moving. And again, the reality is we need greater renewable energy supply. We need support on infrastructure and storage. On the recycling infrastructure, right, because recycling is also a big piece of this equation. We need waste infrastructure supported by the right public policy in different regions. I mean, it's still more profitable in the US to landfill than it is to recycle product. So these are things that are going to be enabling. We're going to move, right? So if you look at our 2030 actions, they are real projects. They're committed to purchasing renewable electricity. You'll see these announcements publicly in the kingdom and globally.
And could you advance from 2030?
Well, the challenge with advancing, and I think this is something that's often not discussed, right? So we're moving very fast in the kingdom. When you look at the regulatory environment, I'll take Europe as an example. The timing to expand the grid, which is a regulatory issue, is actually what hinders the advancement. It's not a willingness to purchase renewable electricity. It's what's a realistic ability to have that renewable energy supply. So that's why I think this dialogue has been pushed in the wrong direction. Like, we're committed to converting our energy supply. We're committed to bringing in greater blue and green hydrogen. We're committed to investing in carbon capture. We have real projects to deliver the 2030 number. But actually what limits the delivery on 2030 is that infrastructure and support to do those projects. And it's not a financial issue. We're committed on the capital spend to make those projects happen. But to increase the renewable energy supply without the right regulatory environment to supply it is going to be a gap. So we're pushing those points. I'll give one example of a way we think we can advance the dialogue, right? So we want to convert as an example, our furnaces, not just with hydrogen, but also with electricity, to electrify some of our furnaces. And that's a project that we're doing with BASF and Linde in Europe. The reason to bring that forward publicly is because if we're going to electrify those furnaces, we need a significant increase in renewable energy supply to support our conversion. But that's our way of pushing that dialogue. We're going to pilot the technology at a real scale, multi-megawatt scale, to show what can be done to drive this dialogue. And I think companies, that's a role companies need to play, is take risk, pilot solutions that can really drive the change, give examples of what could be numbered up to deliver real transition, but to then use that to force the dialogue on what's needed in support.
Ashraf, last word to you. There'll be many out there who'll say, you've just turned in some most extraordinary profits. That means you'll go slow on going to net zero. You'll become complacent.
Not at all. We had, just like SABIC and many other international companies, we had carefully crafted plans, specific projects, specific investments that we wanted to do, part of our decarbonization and net zero commitments. These are specific projects. Some of them actually have started. If anything, having a strong financial condition will actually help us proceed, strongly with these plans. Just want to make two quick comments. One, to build further on Bob's point on the existential. I understand that this is a narrative out there. Interestingly, if you look at any energy outlook out there and pick your favorite consultant, everybody will tell you that oil and gas will continue to have a share in the future decarbonized world. It perhaps could be an existential issue for those companies that want to be complacent and decide to do nothing, but certainly, oil and gas will continue to be a competitive enabler for future decarbonized economies. One other point I think you mentioned earlier, and many
quickly
people
if you can
talk about is the race to net zero. I personally don't believe it is a race. We all have to get there together. Having isolated islands of excellence amongst developed world, celebrating net zero, commitments while developing economies are struggling to get there is not going to solve the world's climate or emission issues.
All right. Well, thank you, the five of you, very much indeed. And I'm going to invite Edie back onto the platform. Can I tell you, I'm going to take my tie off and put on my sneakers to be more in tune. Thank you very much indeed at these fascinating times.
Thank you so much, Nick. I've got a few more hours before I can put my sneakers back on. We have so much more to come this afternoon, so do stay with us. This afternoon, we're going to be looking at the technology necessary to achieve the transition. We're going to be hearing from the governor of one of the world's largest sovereign wealth funds, His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan, together with the CEO of an asset management company that everyone has heard of, and one of the first large ones to move in ESG, CEO of BlackRock, Larry Fink, and the Lord Mayor of London will be joining us as well. But first, today is not only about incredible conversations on stage, but also it's about networking, conversations that you can have together. Making connections, we're going to do that now. I feel it's a little early to call it lunch, so we're going to call it brunch. And I want you to join me through those doors, but you have to be back in your seats here at 12:30 to start our incredible afternoon. See you soon.
Following the success of the first 3 editions of the Future Investment Initiative,
now we are one of the top 3 global gatherings.
the FII Institute was created by royal decree in 2019.
It is more than a think tank, it's more than a do tank, a game changer with an impact on humanity.
The FII Institute is built upon 3 pillars: think, exchange and act. Led by experts and overseen by academia, FII Institute's Think Labs empower the world's brightest minds. Think has issued more than 50 reports, white papers and podcasts, and has created the Global Infectious Disease Index, which uses artificial intelligence to track up to 60 pathogens in 200 countries. FII Institute's exchange pillar is rooted in the need for global collaboration through innovative platforms for international dialogue, knowledge sharing and partnership. The Future Investment Initiative was launched in Riyadh in 2017 and was followed by the 2nd edition 1 year later, and then the 3rd edition in 2019. The FII Institute's first event, Beyond the Crisis, Technology to the Rescue, was held virtually 1 month after the pandemic began in April 2020. This was followed by our 2nd virtual event, Don't Forget Our Planet. In January 2021, the FII Institute hosted the 4th edition of FII with a multi-hub format showcasing cutting-edge XR technology. In April 2021, the FII Institute published its first ESG report and hosted its first ESG event. In September 2021, the FII Institute held its first side event to the United Nations General Assembly in New York. In October 2021, thousands gathered together in person once again for the 5th edition of FII in Riyadh. And now we are proud to host our first FII Regional Summit in London, with a focus on ESG in emerging markets. It's our 3rd pillar act that transforms the FII Institute from a think tank to a do tank. Our first 4 investments are catalyzing projects to move beyond research and dialogue to secure real-world solutions. At the FII Institute, we believe that we are in the right place at the right time, when decision makers, investors and an engaged generation of youth are coming together in aspiration, energized and ready for change. Join us to own, co-create and actualize a brighter, more sustainable future for humanity.
Introduce you. But you're and last name? Rakan. Tabzani. Welcome back. Welcome back to the FII Regional Summit, Inclusive ESG for emerging markets. I heard so many amazing conversations happening over our brunch just through the doors. One thing I've really noticed about sustainability conversations is that all these different conversations are now coming together. ESG, SDGs, CSR, diversity and inclusion, climate, equity, peace, and inclusive growth. We really were such a Babel, and we are now starting to learn a common language, the language of making this world a better place. Common goals, common standards. And that actually is the significance of the new ESG framework and scoring methodology that the FII is introducing at this conference, and you'll hear more about shortly. First of all, however, I want to invite a special guest to the stage. This is FII Institute COO, Rakan Tabzani. He's going to come to the stage with some very special guests. Rakan, over to you.
Thank you so much, Edie. Welcome, everyone. London became the hub and center of ESG and sustainability, and we couldn't have been more honored to have our event happening here in London. And we have a special guest today, the Right Honourable Lord Mayor of the City of London, Alderman Vincent Keaveney, who has honoured us with his presence today and will be joining us on stage right now. Please.
Everyone, and thank you very much. Thank you, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak at the Future Investment Initiative event here in London on inclusive ESG for emerging markets. Thank you, Rakan, for your kind introduction. As Lord Mayor of London, I would like to add my welcome to you all here today. It's fantastic that you're here, and I'm delighted that the FII has chosen London as the venue for its first summit outside Saudi Arabia, an indicator of how truly London is a global city, and also a sign of the strong economic relationship between UK and Saudi. Today's gathering is a chance for us to discuss, to share ideas, as I've just heard is happening around us, and to help shape the future of ESG, especially in the emerging markets. As Lord Mayor of the City of London, I'm an international ambassador for our fantastic UK financial and professional services sector, which has its historic home here in the Square Mile, London's financial district. The City of London Corporation, the governing body of which I am the civic head, is believed to be the oldest elected local government in the world. And this is one of the UK's oldest roles in municipal government. I am, in fact, the 693rd Lord Mayor of London, a role that goes back to 1189. And because of the history of that role, the office that I hold, there's a certain convening power. I can convene financial and professional services firms and to bring people together. A major part of my role is taking delegations, often with businesses, to overseas markets, exploring opportunities, making new connections. And indeed, I hope to be visiting Saudi Arabia later this year. I'm really looking forward to that visit, more likely than not in October. The City of London Corporation is independent of government, but I work closely with the UK government to promote our financial and professional services and trade and investment. And I speak for the interests of that sector to the government as well. In recent years, ESG has become an increasingly important priority for the city, borne out by the fact that at almost every occasion on which I speak, I'm speaking about ESG in some form or another. And if we look at the E part of the ESG agenda, the environmental element, well, tackling climate change and enabling the transition to net zero, these are no longer choices, but something we all must do. Our ability to limit global warming to the international target of 1.5 degrees Celsius hinges on us moving fast on climate change, delivering a just transition. The recent IPCC report recorded that between 2010 and 2019, global greenhouse gas emissions were at their highest level in human history. So decarbonisation in emerging markets is of crucial importance if we are going to keep this temperature rise under control. Success here will require huge infrastructure investment in agriculture, energy, transport, water, waste, buildings, and industrial supply chains. The infrastructure decisions that we are going to be making over the next few years will shape emission levels for the next decade and beyond. Developed markets, of course, are likely to have the finance required to meet those long-term climate goals. But if we don't support those in emerging markets, the funding gulf that we have at the moment is only going to widen. We need to fund that just transition. Standard Chartered estimates that emerging markets require $94.8 trillion to transition to net zero, a sum higher than the annual global GDP. So we don't underestimate the scale of the transformation and the funding that's required. We don't underestimate that at all. But thankfully, there is some cause for optimism. COP26, I regard the COP26 in Glasgow as the finance COP, rightly focused on the question of financing the net transition, with a special focus on emerging markets. Private finance firms came together in GFANZ, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, committing over $130 trillion of private capital towards net zero. This will support the flow of a significant increase of private capital into emerging markets, underpinned by the backing of 450 financial firms from across the world. So, the good news, the money is there to fund investments into emerging markets and into that net zero challenge. The question now is how we mobilize that capital into the right projects for that transition. So we worked in London to establish ourselves as a global centre for sustainable finance, a place where people can come from around the world, like you have today, to talk, to find, and to fund solutions. The financial and professional services sector here is leading the green revolution. And I'm delighted to say that according to the Global Green Finance Index, the UK has the world's best sustainable finance offering. This is underpinned by a combination of our open business environment, a world-renowned and well-developed financial ecosystem, the established green finance talent, which is based here, and the innovative products you can find, all supported by investments in sustainable infrastructure and by a stable regulatory framework. Here you'll also find unparalleled reach, liquid pools of capital, specialized services, and a significant presence of the global investment community. The scientific expertise here, the innovation and the finance, all in one place in this city and indeed across the UK. These strengths, of course, they are wonderful strengths, but we have to use them and we have to use them responsibly. The strengths come with responsibilities. In the city, we know we have a crucial role to play in financing the transition. And recognizing the importance of mobilizing financial and professional services, the City of London partnered with the Green Finance Institute to deliver the Green Horizons Summit at COP26 last November. We brought together private finance firms collaborating to increase the flow and the depth of capital being invested into climate-friendly investments, committing to climate actions and supporting businesses in their green transition. Now we're at the middle point between COP26 in Glasgow and COP27 coming up in November in Sharm el-Sheikh. So just last week, I hosted in Mansion House, in the heart of the City of London, the Net Zero Delivery Summit, maintaining that momentum, building on the collaboration established at COP26. We had speakers such as UN Envoy Mark Carney, Presidential Envoy on Climate Change John Kerry. We were delighted to be joined Thursday morning last week by the Prime Minister Boris Johnson. The City of London Corporation and our partners in government and across the UK's financial and professional services continuing to work together with emerging economies to support their transition to net zero. one major program to mobilize capital for emerging and developing markets and to secure opportunities for UK-based financial and professional services is our Climate Finance Leadership Initiative, the CFLI. CFLI is a coalition of investors working rapidly to scale the pipeline of bankable, investable green infrastructure projects in emerging markets. The City Corporation supporting CFLI via a partnership with the Indian government with a focus on grid connectivity and industrial carbonization is the first of our CFLI initiatives, but we are looking now to roll out CFLI in Colombia, and we hope shortly to do so in Indonesia. Similarly, of course, we're working with China. We've established the Green Investment Principles for the Belt and Road Initiative and a UK-China ESG Leaders Forum. My predecessor as Lord Mayor also worked on building up the partnerships between the UK and Saudi Arabia during his visit to Saudi in October last. For an example of that being the London Stock Exchange Group collaborating with the Saudi Stock Exchange, Tadawul, to support its efforts on promoting green standards. So the City of London Corporation is committed to cooperating with our international partners to support the transition, and it must be, as I have said, it must be a just transition. Now that brings into focus the S in the ESG, the social element of the ESG agenda, which we need to consider alongside the environmental piece as well. And one of my priorities as Lord Mayor has been to develop London as a centre for a thriving UK impact investment market. I chair a Finance for Impact group promoting investment for positive social and environmental impact, and I'm very much looking forward to hosting an impact summit in the city, in Mansion House, this coming July. And I hope that will continue that drumbeat of momentum and collaboration as we approach COP27 in November. I would like to wish you all a successful summit here in London. I can assure you that London will be a supportive partner, a continuing and supportive partner in all of your work to promote inclusive ESG across the world in the emerging markets. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lord Mayor. Wonderful to have you here. We're going to look now at different technology, what we need to achieve this transition, this just transition that we've heard here. I'm delighted now to introduce our next speaker, who's going to be speaking about the road to fossil fuel reduction, why nuclear fusion may be the key to our future. Please give a very warm welcome to Sir David Winton Harding.
Nuclear fusion is the power of the sun and the stars. Since 100 years ago, when they untangled the mysteries of the atom, they discovered that you could carry out reactions, not chemical reactions with atoms, but nuclear reactions with subatomic particles. And they soon deduced that that meant that you could create energy, enormous amounts of energy, surprisingly, in two ways. Surprised me when I learned it at college when I was doing physics. By splitting the atom or by merging atoms. Both ways make energy. As you know, quite shortly after they discovered that, within the first 10 or 15 years, it had horrific consequences. They used it. The atom bomb came from splitting the atom. Then there was a race to develop the H-bomb. That comes from merging the atom. Two different opposite processes. Within a few years, they had developed a way of controlling the power of splitting the atom. By 1951, they opened a fusion reactor. Instead of an explosion, like a bomb going off, they controlled the explosion and turned it into power. And we have that power all over the world today. There's one problem with that power. It produces very long-lived, very dirty, and very nasty nuclear waste, which lasts for like 100,000 years. And so even though fission works really well and doesn't produce any carbon, we don't people are not willing to throw in their lot with fission. But if you could get fusion to work, it doesn't produce any long-lived radioactivity at all. So why hasn't it not been done? Well, it's an engineering problem. It's very, very difficult to control fusion. You have to create a temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees centigrade, and that is obviously very hard to do. I mean, if you did that in your bathroom, it would vaporize your bathroom, wouldn't it? So it's a hard thing to control. So they've been working at this problem for 50 years. They've been making progress, actually more than 50 years, 70 years. They've been making progress for 70 years, but they still haven't done it. Now, I contend that the time to invest in fusion is now. I contend that after that 70 years, the horizon is coming into view. We are approaching the Wright brothers' moment. Flight was a dream of mankind for centuries. I'm sure that millions of people were standing around saying it couldn't be done for many, many years. Lots and lots of people. In fact, I gather from Googling this morning, there were quite a few people saying it couldn't be done several years after it had been done. There were still endless people who were skeptical. But look how quick the progress was once someone had demonstrated feasibility. When I was young, I lived in Oxfordshire, and the European project in Oakenden Cullen, the Joint European Torus. That was a European project designed to capitalize on the discoveries in Russia in the 1960s, which discovered that the best way of a great leap forward in fusion could be pursued by creating a kind of a giant donut about as big as this stage, except a donut-shaped. And then inside that donut, you had very, very powerful magnets, and that created a magnetic field. It used to be called a magnetic bottle when I was young. When I was a teenager, I had no idea what a magnetic bottle could really be. But I guess you just have to think it's a set of magnets which create curved forces, and they keep inside, separately from the walls of the steel vessel, they keep a plasma, which is a super heated state of matter, which can be heated up to a temperature whereby in the middle of it, the nucleuses of deuterium and tritium and hydrogen start to fuse together, and this starts to generate power. What you need to do is control that process and extract power from it. In the end, I went into the city and spent 35 years being a hedge fund manager. Still am a hedge fund manager. Did very nicely for myself, thank you very much. So probably a good decision not to go into fusion. But I did keep an eye all those years, I kept an eye on the fusion business. So the Joint European Torus started operation in 1984 in Cullen. It was a tokamak, as I say. Torus means donut, basically. Tokamak means donut with crunchy magnetic field in Russian, basically. That's what it means. It's an acronym. And people have been building tokamaks all over the world ever since. There have been almost hundreds of tokamaks built in the world in many, many countries. I was very disappointed when tokamak, the ITER, the International Thermonuclear something or other, was set up in Grenoble in the south of France in 2004, 5, 6, 7. That device, which is the world's collaborative effort to try and build an experimental reactor, that's been under planning since 1987. They built it in 2007. It's destined to go live in 2030. It's an inspiring project from a point of view of collaboration. Whether it's an inspiring project from the point of view of achieving the fastest possible development of fusion power, some disagree. Some people think that free competitive markets, that private enterprise, the stimulus and power that comes from investment, competition, and stress and creativity. Some people think that the fusion industry could be developed in the same way as the airplane industry or the computer industry or the car industry, the many industries which we've seen, even in our lifetimes, incredible progress in. And when I met a rather eccentric bunch of people who claimed to have a fusion project 10 years ago, I was rather skeptical as to whether they could really challenge the governments. But they explained to me that the science is moving on all the time. The technologies are moving on all the time. The invention of something called high-temperature superconductors, which happened after ITER was planned, that happened in the late 1980s, and since then, these high-temperature superconductors can operate at much, much higher temperatures and produce very powerful magnets indeed, much more powerful magnets, which are much less expensive to cool. The result is that the people I met said that the calculations were wrong for ITER and that you could build a small fusion reactor. For those mathematicians in the audience, the size of the reactor, the volume goes to the fourth power of the magnet. So if you can double the strength of the magnet, you make the reactor 16 times smaller. You make it 16 times smaller, you're 16 times cheaper. Instead of building it in something the size of a football field, you can build it in a shed in Abingdon. And that's what my colleagues have been doing. I think I'm just about out of time. There's 15 more projects around the world. Lots of big money is investing now. The fusion race is on.
Good afternoon. Who could explain nuclear fission in 7 minutes? He went 2 minutes over, but that's pretty damn good, I have to say. Good afternoon. I'm John Defterios. Nice to be in London, where I'm living today. Richard, Cecile, thank you for the invitation as well. I feel like I've been living in the nuclear space because just 2 weeks ago I was chairing the Nuclear Energy Forum in Abu Dhabi and had a chance to visit the Baraka plant there. And often overlooked here in the UK is the development both in Egypt and Saudi Arabia of nuclear power, even though it's the #1 oil exporter in the world. There's plenty of energy, but it's a good diversification of energy sources. Our session here is a fantastic one. And first, I want to thank the FII for going into this space. And what I mean here is making the link between the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and ESG, Environmental Social Governance. The two are very far apart today, but as the former emerging markets editor of CNN, I find it extraordinary that no one before the FII went in and said, how do you achieve net zero by 2050 without the developing world? We heard some figures thrown around this morning about 750 million people, believe it or not, don't have access to energy on a daily basis. More than 2 billion have intermittent access to energy. It's extraordinary. So 10% don't have access to energy at all. So unless we get this formula correct and to accelerate it, again, we had the discussion this morning talking about the pace of change. It's alarming because I cover the energy transition, how far behind we are. And you think about the Rio Agreement going back 30 years ago. Have we kept the pace necessary to tackle the challenge of our lifetime, which is climate change? And I would say no, and it's great that you heard from the Lord Mayor, the ideas from Sir David on nuclear energy as well, but the pace of change needs to accelerate, and what we're looking at this afternoon is the role of financial institutions, the sovereign funds themselves, and the major fund managers of the world. I have no better than two better guests than we can have for the next half hour, and let's give them a warm welcome. First, His Excellency, the Governor of the Public Investment Fund, Yasser Al-Rumayyan, joining us from New York, and to his left, Larry Fink is the CEO of BlackRock. We just had some time together in the UAE. One manages $620 billion and is in the top 5 of sovereign wealth funds, and the other sits on top of $10 trillion. So what they have to say this afternoon does matter. We have a surround sound studio here. And we have to ask both of them about how they feel about today's level of risk. But the first thing I think we need to do, Your Excellency, is talk about the framework that's been established today. Richard explained it to the audience, but this inclusive ESG framework is important. Why is inclusivity so important to underline with the figures that I was talking about, with so many living without energy and the transition that we need to make now and going to 2050? Please.
I think it's important because, to start with, it's inclusive. And like what you mentioned, the accessibility to energy around the emerging markets is not in the same level of the rest of the world. So we want to introduce a framework that takes into consideration market realities and also differences to allow representation for all markets, including, of course, the emerging ones. So it will set a new global standard that measures the ESG elements that has inclusivity as its core.
Great. Let me follow up quickly, and then I'll bring Larry into the conversation. How do you make ESG work in Saudi Arabia? And I would imagine there's an information gap, because most people don't realize the transition that's underway at the company you're chairman of, at Saudi Aramco, with net zero to 2050, 2060 for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well. But how does ESG apply to the kingdom in your view, Your Excellency?
We looked into the ESG and the environmental as part of the umbrella, which is the Vision 2030, which sets out the roadmap for the kingdom ESG. We have announced in that the case that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be net zero emission by 2060. That was announced by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, during the launch of Saudi Green Initiative. And there we said we're going to be planting 10 million trees. We will launch a national renewable energy program to increase the share of energy renewable to 50% in 2030. We will get rid almost from all the liquids and focus on gas and renewable energy. So we're making progress in the kingdom. Also, we make progress to improve the quality of life by increasing the home ownership. I think we moved from like 47% to 60% by the year 2020. Also, Tadawul introduced ESG guidelines to improve the ESG performance of public companies. Also in Saudi, through the BIF, we launched 7 solar and wind projects to power more than 600,000 households. So we're moving there with, I won't say full throttle, but we're starting the movement. The targets are very ambitious, but I think we're in the right, we're taking the right steps.
Great, thank you very much. Let's bring in Larry Fink. And 2 years ago in your investment letter that is so widely watched, Larry, you said that climate risk is investment risk. I'd love you to elaborate on that, but now we have a boatload of risk, including conflict, which has hit energy supplies with Russia and Ukraine, and the level of investment that's needed to hit the net zero 2050 targets. How has your narrative changed with what's on the table in front of us right now, but also after making that statement 2 years ago?
Well, the statement is more true than ever before. Climate risk is investment risk. But in that letter, I also said any energy transition is not going to be a straight line. It has to be fair and just. We told every investor, don't divest of hydrocarbons. It is better to be working with all the companies that are in hydrocarbons, not against them. And I would say in the last 2 years, there has been a remarkable change in attitude worldwide across every energy company around the world. They understand that they have to be moving forward. And we now have issues around energy security. We do have issues around the need to have reliability of sourcing energy during the transition. And so that's what we're experiencing now. And obviously now we are witnessing rising energy prices, but that began before the Russian invasion. And so what we were seeing, many policies of mitigating supply without mitigating demand. And so this is why we have this imbalance at the moment, and the imbalance of energy has been more fortified by the Russian invasion. This will resolve itself over the next 2-3 years. Higher energy prices actually bring down the green premium. Higher energy prices is going to accelerate investing in more renewables. And importantly, we have not seen a real change in terms of investor attitude. We've seen trillions of dollars of money over time throughout the industry to be moving into more sustainable strategies. The demand now for decarbonization technology, the demand for investing in carbon capture, the demand for sequestering of hydrocarbons is just as great as ever. And so we are working with the traditional energy companies right now on all of these issues. The other issue is gas is now being recognized by the Europeans, by many other places, as a great intermediate source. If you think about it, in the last 2 years, because of the Russian invasion especially, the Europeans changed their taxonomy. Historically, gas was considered brown, and now it's considered green. I would not go so far to say it's green, but in my last letter, I talked about energy transition is something going from brown to medium brown to light brown. I mean, it is going to be a pathway unless we do find new technologies that can really make the transition fair and just. We're not there yet, and so we're going to have to evolve. And I think Saudi Arabia is playing that role. Their investments in gas and playing a role. The substitution for gas utilization for energy, for power versus oil. These are all the things that are being transitioned. And the other important issue is we are going to see a rapid increase in the utilization of hydrogen. One of the big issues that is facing so many communities, and when we think about all the risks we have, one of the big risks is, not just energy increases in prices, but food inflation. One of the strong reasons why we have food inflation right now is that fertilizer prices are up 2 times. And one of the big issues, most fertilizers is being imported in many places from China. Gas should be playing that dramatic role in the development of localized fertilizer. And so we have to really adapt our taxonomies to fit the needs. And I think this is what's going on now. So although we're in a big transition, sometimes it's scary watching markets fall and recalibrate itself. But the reality is, we are moving forward. The energy companies recognize the need to be moving forward. The development in terms of, as I said, sequestration, carbon capture, hydrogen, this is all moving forward.
Okay, good. I'm going to circle back and see with you, after I bring in His Excellency again, whether this energy transition slows down. It almost sounds like, Larry, you're saying it's not, that because of pricing, it'll accelerate it. But Your Excellency, I'd like to bring in your thoughts. And your portfolio now has expanded widely over the last 5 years. You're in the top 5 of sovereign wealth funds. But how do you connect the dots amongst your different organizations? You're chairman of Saudi Aramco. It has that very large stake in SABIC and the other industrial groups. Inside the economy itself, how do you bring these things together to have that commonality or the thread that runs through these companies?
The PIF is developing its ESG strategy as part of its long-term strategy. On environmental, renewable as one of PIF's 13 strategic priorities sectors to enable and grow the sectors that was announced back in the 2021 Vision Realization Program. So we have a royal decree that PIF will be responsible for developing 70% of the kingdom's renewable energy in Vision 2030. So we acquired a big percentage in Aqua Power, and which is a listed company now, and its main function is to reach the 70% stake of PIF. We also invested in many other companies, like, for example, Lucid is part of our long-term strategy. Also, PIF introduced recently the MENA Regional Voluntary Carbon Market, which is very, very important thing for us, I think. If you look at Aramco or SABIC, or some of the other companies, they're doing a lot now in the carbon capture, and they have a lot of carbon credits. If we wanted to talk about the carbon circular economy, we need to build the tools, and this is one of the main tools. And I think to have the carbon voluntary platform in Saudi Arabia is by itself a statement for this change and for the new reality. So we will get companies to, if they're not doing anything to improve the emission, they would have to go and buy some of these carbons. So it's like balancing carbon credits. So it's like balancing what they should do and what they're doing right now. If it hits them in their P&L, they will do more to reduce their emission. Also, in PIF, we did the integrated green finance. We issued the green bonds and invest in existing green projects. I will give some examples. In NEOM, Amala, and Red Sea, they're not only financing through the green initiatives, but all of their energy is basically green energy. NEOM announced, I think a year ago, the largest green hydrogen project with Aqua Power and Air Products, a project size of about $5 billion. Now, going back to the colors of, hydrogen, like brown, blue, or green. Of course, hydrogen is colorless. It doesn't have any color, but the means to produce it is what really matters to us. Also, PIF is now establishing a new hydrogen company, and it's going to be like a mediator between many of our initiatives. Aramco is also looking into carbon sequestration, and the CCUS, which is the carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So the initiatives are going in different directions. One other example on social is Roshan, one of our portfolio companies that we've established a few years ago, is increasing the home ownership rates to 70%. They're creating some new jobs, and also we're targeting in PIF 1.8 million jobs by the year 2050. And for the governance side of the ESG also, PIF is one of the founding members of One Planet Sovereign Wealth Fund Working Group that is led by President Macron. And we've been working with them from the very beginning. Now it's gaining more attraction. I think BlackRock recently joined a year ago to the group. PIF also continues to enhance its ESG integration across all of its portfolio, and I gave some of the examples for this integration.
Great. That's a lot of dots that were connected in the answer there. I have to say, it's quite a portfolio. I always wonder if the sovereign wealth funds can handle such a bandwidth, but you've proven otherwise. We only have 14 minutes left, so I'm going to ask both of you to try to keep your answers to 2 minutes. I have about 3 to 4 topics each I'd love to cover. Larry, I said I'd circle back on the energy transition. It seems like the pendulum swings too far one direction. So when we had the pandemic and everybody saw the emissions reduction that we had university endowments and the pension funds in the United States didn't want to touch the international oil companies are now transforming to international energy companies. Can't we map a little bit better than this so you don't have these wild swings of money leaving the hydrocarbon producers and then we swing back and now energy security is a top priority? Shouldn't we be a little bit more sophisticated than that?
I don't think it's that broad. Yes, there are some visible incidents where some people divested of hydrocarbons. We as a company, we have $180 billion invested in hydrocarbon companies. Of course, it's not our money. We provide choice to our clients. We try to educate our clients as to where they should place their money. We strongly believe that climate risk is investment risk, but it has to be managed over a course of a long period of time. So I don't see that broad shift in and out. I think there's a great consistency. I think the mistake that people are looking at, though, the biggest issue that's confronting every energy company is a question of investing in deep water energy. Break-evens for deep water energy could be as long as 10, 15 years. And the question is, are you going to need oil 10 or 15 years, 20 years, 30 years? That's where you're seeing less investments. When you look at the dramatic drop in investing, a lot of it is the lack of investing in deep water. But in terms of investing towards, let's say, fracking in the United States and other places, and probably eventually in Argentina and other places, the break-even in fracking is 1 or 2 years. And so the big issue in the United States related to energy, where we went from 13 million barrels down to 11, and now we're up to 11.8 million barrels a day. The big issue is we don't have pipelines. We don't have pipelines that move the energy. And if we had more pipelines in the Permian Basin, we'd be shipping more gas and other items as we've built out some LNG plants. We don't have the adequacy of pipelines in the Marcellus or in Pennsylvania, which is one of the biggest gas producing areas in the world. And so I don't see that big shift. Obviously, the press likes to talk about these big dramatic shifts. We really haven't seen it. Probably the biggest shift we continue to see is more and more money is moving into more sustainable strategies, and that is a fact. And I do believe over the long run, some of these strategies are going to be proven to be quite successful. Some may not, but that's true with any investment in new technologies.
Okay, good. Very quickly, Larry, before I bring in His Excellency again, we can't get a bill passed in Congress for the kind of green infrastructure fund, right? And you're suggesting that our infrastructure, even around the hydrocarbons, is not sufficient. Do we respond fast enough or not? Or does this just not happen in a divided Congress?
Oh, well, a few weeks ago, I did host a dinner with some hydrocarbon companies and some NGOs, and one of the most important senators came and joined me. And we had a very good conversation. The key to move anything forward is talking with each other, to each other, not around, not below, not above. And so we're trying to play a role that we are bringing in the sides from the very large NGOs, the very large environmental groups, working alongside the very large energy companies and creating a pathway. And this key senator played a big role. And this senator is really trying to push a new bill within the United States to create a pathway for decarbonization, at the same time have a fair and just transition. Those are the two things that we need to be doing, and every country needs to be doing this. And I think Saudi Arabia is playing a very big role in that type of pathway. But unfortunately, that pathway is littered with other issues, geopolitical risk and all these other issues that we have to adapt. The most important thing I have to say is, as investors, we should always assume that it's not going to be a straight line. We should always assume we're going to have new risks. Now, we may not have ever anticipated the risks that we're facing now related to a war and a humanitarian disaster, but we are adapting and we're all trying to move forward. And most importantly, we all need to be working together, country by country, to work together to create that proper decarbonization pathway, at the same time making sure that any transition is fair and just. And that means working with energy companies, investing in energy companies that may have a short period of time of return on capital. The bigger question will be, is that enough? Do we need to ultimately invest in deep water A big question there, and a lot of the NGOs would disagree with anything I'm going to say now. We have to just make sure, do we have adequacy in energy at the same, and they keep the world moving to help the emerging markets at the same time, developing new technologies so we could leapfrog some of the hydrocarbon issues and really make, for instance, the emerging world to have its adequacy and power in a fair and just way.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. I mean, even during the COVID-19 pandemic, we were very slow to respond to the challenge of those in the developing world, especially Africa. Yasser Al-Rumayyan, we forgot to say that as a chairman of Saudi Aramco, what are you doing with ESG within that organization? I thought it was fascinating. They set an earlier target for net zero 2050. Share what the conversation is inside the company, because it has a bigger role outside of energy within the kingdom as well. How can they be a persuasive agent for change when it comes to ESG?
It's the ESG and the net zero policy that we have in Aramco is part of what we have in Saudi Arabia. So we announced that we will be net zero emission by 2050, and the country as a whole will be net zero emission by 2060. So it's like integrated part of what's happening in the government. And Aramco, of course, has taken the leadership in both strategic and operational approach to address the ESG. So the oil and gas industry has a role to play, and we have to navigate a more sustainable future for the oil and gas to be part of the energy mix. And it is actually, it will be for many, many decades to come. So the hydrocarbon products are the building blocks of the energy transition. And the problem I think that we've faced over the past few years is people wanted to switch on and off, from the carbon, the fossil fuel directly to the renewable energy. We just can't do it. It's a process like what Larry said in many events, including today. You cannot just turn on and off the switch from fossil fuel to renewable energy. So it's again a process that we need to take. So to achieve the net zero ambition isn't just a climate imperative, it's a business imperative. Aramco is in a strong position with the lowest upstream carbon intensity for major producers. So exploring low carbon energy solution, carbon, hydrogen, and cleaner fuels, the energy efficiency through technology, and our massive economies of scale, the future or further reducing our gas flaring. And we did that I think a decade ago, ahead of the industry. We're also, in Aramco, we're investing in renewable, like the Sudair solar PV project. As I said earlier, we're investing in the carbon capture, utilization, and storage. We're becoming a pioneer there, and I think this will lead us to the blue hydrogen, and I think we will be the major player in the world when it comes to the blue hydrogen. So, I mean, if you want to just add up the things that we're doing right now in Aramco and the amount of capex that we have, not only in the fossil fuel and the oil and gas, but in the other initiatives like solar and hopefully the blue hydrogen and many more initiatives down there.
Okay, thanks very much. I actually saw your CCUS facility in the Eastern Province 2 years ago on the the program I was doing for CNN. Larry, I think in the last 3 minutes, and I have one more question for His Excellency at the very end, I'd be really remiss not asking you about surviving the turbulence we see today. We've had almost a 20% correction, inflation at the highest level in 30 years. It's not clear whether the Fed can manage this, the US Central Bank, to bring down inflation but not kill off growth. How much longer do we live with the turbulence, and are we almost through the worst of it? Does inflation come down naturally post-pandemic or not?
Well, there are many seeds of inflation. The seeds of inflation in the United States are really some structural issues related to immigration policy, where we have, the trend in illegal immigration has changed quite dramatically in the last 5 years. So we do have many labor shortages. We have rising wages. Our economic policy has moved away from consumerism to job creation, and so many of these things were structural seeds that were many years in the workings. And obviously, the pandemic has really showed the weaknesses of these efficient supply chains. And then obviously we have supply shocks in food and commodities and energy because of the Russian-Ukraine war. All that is leading to some really serious supply issues. If you study some of the earnings misses that came out this week from some major U.S. companies, much of their problem has to do with supply shocks. It still is more of a supply-driven inflation issue. Demand is still a little lower than it was pre-pandemic. And so the Federal Reserve and other central banks are all going to try to arrest this inflation and bringing it down. And I do believe it's just going to take time as companies build out redundant supply chains, which I've written about. And this is very hard for any central bank to have the tools to arrest supply-driven inflation. They have tools to arrest demand-driven inflation. That's what they do. And so that's going to be the balance. How much do they raise interest rates that creates a reduction in demand and puts economies into recession? I don't think they're going to have to go as high as some of the future interest rate curve suggests. China is already in a recession by evidence of the most recent information. You do have many issues around the world. So the S&P has been reset. We were trading at a premium above a 30-year average in terms of the PE averages. We are now at the 30-year average of a price-earnings ratio for equities. We've seen the indexes do not really show the damage as you suggested, because energy companies are part of the index. They're up on the year, and you have a lot of tech companies down 50, 60, 70% down. So we reset many stock. The big issue is going to be E. In many of the companies that reported in the last 2 days, they reported that their margins have been really compromised by the supply shocks, and they were not passing on the same price increases despite how high inflation is. And so that would be the big issue. If one believes we can mitigate these supply shocks over the next year and mitigate some of these issues, then I would say earnings can resume to be strong. But if supply shocks continue over the next 12 months, we're probably going to have some earnings misses that are going to be continuing, which suggests markets have some more ways to go down. But as a long-term investor, these are great opportunities to buy. There are many cheap stocks now, but if you're a day trader, you may want to wait. But no one could pick bottoms, no one can pick tops. The reality is the market has reset itself. And I would say for those companies that you really believe have a bright, strong future, you may see those stocks going down a little bit, but I would suggest this is the time to start adding to your portfolio.
Interesting. Okay, thanks for taking that. Your Excellency, the last question to you, and we're over time already, but I wanted to get the spirit of your influence with better than $600 billion under management in the top 5. If I took the top 15 sovereign funds, it's $8 trillion. How does that money influence the acceleration of ESG? You have this index today that's inclusive. How does it affect what we see as trends in the world? Can you do it in a minute? Then I'm going to round this up. Thanks.
I'll try. I think by the end of this year, $41 trillion in assets will be ESG screened. and are expected to top $50 trillion by the year 2025. So integrating the ESG needs to be inclusive and based on different market realities, and the creation of the FII's inclusive ESG framework that we've announced today and the scoring methodology, it's very, very important to encourage the investments in emerging markets and tap into opportunities that benefit people and the planet. So we should be working together through many things, and I will give an example like the One Planet Sovereign Wealth Funds Working Group.
Okay, very good. You did it in a minute. I appreciate that. It's good to see you again. We have you on a very big screen, you and Larry, so you're larger than life in our studios. First, let's give a round of applause, and I'm going to ask everybody to stay in their seats. His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan and Larry Fink of BlackRock. Gentlemen. And we have a special thanks. Let's bring in the CEO of the Future Investment Initiative Institute, Richard, please.
Thank you, John. No, I just take 1 minute. I would like to thank really Larry. Thank you very much for being with us. Your Excellency, dear Yasser, I know how important it is today. And so thank you for starting your day in New York with us. But also, I cannot, we are family here. We miss you. Really, we miss you very much in London, but I know it's for good cause. So please, on behalf of our family, I would like you to thank really Faisal, your son, for his graduation today at NYU, and tell him how much we are proud of him. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Larry. All the best.
Thank you.
Very good. Now I feel much better about teaching at NYU in Abu Dhabi, Mr. Governor. We have a common link there. It's good to see you both, and thanks for joining us. Now, we talked about that ESG framework, right? Now, the real question is how the rubber meets the road, if you will. How do you put it into implementation? Let me welcome to the stage Doug Johnson of Ernst & Young, or EY, and Anthony Barkley of the FII Institute. Let's give them warm thanks, and thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, John.
Oh, good to see you.
1 year ago today, FII Institute was given a mandate to develop a fairer ESG framework for rating emerging market corporates without greenwashing. And today we have delivered. I'm very excited to announce the launch of the inclusive ESG framework and scoring methodology. This is a tool that we hope will gain reaction and even adoption from the investor community, and we're making it available, accessible, a full toolkit for investors on our website. In support of the project, we're also releasing an ESG white paper, which makes a clear and compelling argument for why we should care about inclusive ESG, and a call to action for companies, governments, and investors to increase their ESG investment activity in emerging markets. A key partner for us on this journey has been Ernst & Young, EY, and I'm very pleased to have Doug Johnson with us. He's a partner at EY. He led the development of the inclusive ESG framework and scoring methodology. Doug, one of the things that surprised me in those 20 investor interviews that you conducted, there was unanimous agreement that a tool like this was needed. Was that a surprise for you as well?
It certainly was. I think we had an inkling that investors really didn't feel that the tools that were available enabled them to get sight into what good ESG in emerging markets looked like. But I was certainly surprised that it was so unanimous, yes.
And now, Doug, what are some of the specific advantages of the inclusive ESG approach as you compare it to some other tools that are on the marketplace?
Well, I think we've heard a lot this morning about one size does not fit all. And I think for companies operating in emerging markets, they, like any good company that wants to do ESG well, are looking to meet the needs of their stakeholders.
whether that be regulators, whether that be their customers, whether that be communities, and the needs for emerging markets and what good ESG looks like is different. So the benefits of the tool, I think, are threefold. Firstly, it really goes into the themes that are most important for those that are concerned about ESG in emerging markets. It gets into what does good performance look like across those themes based on engagement with different stakeholders, engagement with investors, but also it brings that country sector lens, recognizing that not all emerging markets are the same and that the issues that are relevant to particular sectors will be different for different sectors.
Why don't you walk us through an example or two from the overview deck, just to give a feel for how this framework really works in action?
Absolutely. Now I'm hoping, wow, the clicker works amazingly well. One thing that I would just like to share with you is that all of these materials are going to be made available on the FII website. Are they on now, or when will they be launched?
They'll be launched at 2 p.m. today.
Yeah, yeah. So what I'd like to do is I'd love to share with you just a few of the elements of the methodology. But one of the things that really brought it home to us is we looked at two companies that were virtually the same in terms of profile, in terms of scale, in terms of their ESG policies and programs. And we looked at how these companies were being looked at currently through a number of the market-leading ESG ratings. And there was a big, big gap between the emerging market company and the developed market company across all of them without exception. What we found is when we applied this and we applied a filter of what does good look like in the context of the emerging market, the two scores became much, much closer together, which was very much where our hypothesis was. We've run a number of these case studies to really test this out.
And Doug, how would you like to see the tool adopted in the capital markets? What, for example, should investors be thinking about doing with a tool like this?
Well, I mean, within this launch deck, and again, this launch deck will be available on the website, we identify a number of applications for this, because very much front of mind was looking to understand what do investors need from a tool that enables you to really understand what does good look like in emerging markets. And there are four areas. The first is around investment screening. So if you have a number of investment choices, determining which of those companies are doing a really good job in relation to ESG in emerging markets, looking across a portfolio of assets and really being able to understand which are doing a good job, which are not, and using that as part of the engagement strategy. But also one of the nice things about this is we're looking at actual performance, and there is the ability to be able to track performance on particular topics and improvement in that over time. So it enables you to track how you're doing on particular topics. But I mean, I think finally, and a number of investors have highlighted this, is, you know, this isn't designed to replace what's already out there, because actually they're very useful. They serve an incredibly good purpose. Our hope is that what this will do is it will really bring to life emerging market-related ESG issues and to allow investors to supplement their existing methodologies with this. And what do we want? We want investors to give it a go. I mean, you are putting this on your website. You're making it open source and available to everybody. And, you know, I know you're encouraging investors, have a go, pick it up. We really value your feedback. We're also going to have a deeper dive session, I think, Tony.
Let's do it end of June, right?
Yeah,
Give people a chance to review the materials and spend a couple hours with us.
Yes.
And what are you hearing from investors today as you walk around? We have a good group here today. Are you hearing positive things?
I think there's a degree of excitement. I mean, throughout the course of this engagement, I think I haven't received a negative comment in terms of the need for this. And the willingness to engage, the willingness to adopt has been fantastic. So, I mean, I've been speaking with some of the senior leaders of big financial institutions. They said, yeah, we want to give it a go. We want to see what difference it can make. So, overtly positive. And they really get, I think, the difference that this could potentially make.
Wonderful. Well, I'm excited for your panel. I will get off stage and look forward for the continuing conversation.
Brilliant, brilliant. Well, Tony, thank you. It's been great working with you. So whilst we're waiting, I think there's going to be There's going to be a little bit of rearranging of chairs. I've got a wonderful panel coming up. So we've had the chance to meet. They've got some great perspectives. And what I've asked each of them to really focus on is, what do you believe is the current barrier, the biggest barrier to the ESG funds really getting into emerging markets? And what do you think is probably the one enabler that you think could make the biggest difference there? I haven't led the witness at all, so I really look forward to the perspectives of the panel. Are we set with the chairs? Somebody might need to remind me on the seating plan, please. I'll let you, okay, please come up, panel. And if we can give them a warm round of applause, and then we'll ask each of them to introduce themselves. Thank you. Fantastic. Well, welcome on the stage, everybody. And it's been wonderful getting to know you all and getting to know your perspectives over the last week or so. We've got ready for this panel. In terms of what we want to cover, really what we want to cover is, we've all heard today about the investment gap in terms of ESG funds and the flow of those funds into emerging markets, and that something needs to be done about it. So what I'd love for you to do, if you're okay with this, I'm going to start with Iyad. It'd be great if you could just introduce yourself and your role. And if you could just, in a minute and a half, because we're going to have to be really sharp on timing, just what do you think is the biggest thing that could be done in terms of enabling ESG funds to get there? And what's that barrier that you're seeking to address? Or you can do it in the other order. Let me start with you, Iyad.
So I think it's been said throughout the sessions today. I think the biggest barrier is in their own definition of ESG.
Yes.
So ESG, which stands for environment, social, and governance, given priority to the environment, which is definitely important for the humanity and so on, but it's given secondary importance to social and governance.
Yeah.
Even agencies are given more weight to environment, some of them 60 to 70%. So this, from the outset, it undermines the developing, country.
So less of a balance across ESG, a key barrier.
From a starting point, and it does not really measure the impact. And there are lots of investors, and I think today's tool that you've introduced, it will play a role in really bringing up the visibility of the importance of the social and governance into play. There is one tool that is very critical and important that could be integrated. It needs to be uplifted as well, which is the impact multiple of money.
Yes.
So investing $1 in a developing country or emerging market, it would have more multiples than investing the same investment. A solar panel investing in a developing country would have more multiple impact than the same solar panel in a developed country. And this is not yet visible, because we're talking about ESG, so this needs to be visible to the investment.
And you're talking multiple from a financial returns and a socioeconomic returns perspective?
Exactly, from an ESG perspective.
Fantastic. And Iyad, you didn't introduce yourself. Do you mind?
So I am...
Just quickly.
I'm Iyad El-Gar'awi. I'm the General Secretary of the Board of SABIC and Investor Relations Officer. So I've been really very close to the investors in the past 4 or 5 years, and I've seen how ESG has trended up from not being brought, from investors to being really the center point of attention by investors across the globe.
Fantastic, thank you. Marika, if I could ask you the same 2 questions, but also if you could introduce yourself, that'd be wonderful.
Yes, so my name is Marika, so I'm an associate prof at HEC in Paris. And so what I do, well, I teach and I think about and I try to act on topics related to inequality, business and sustainability. And I've also been involved in the drafting of the new standards at EU level, specifically on equal opportunities. Now, maybe just to build on actually what you said just earlier, I think what was said was one of the barriers is the separation of ESG, and I think it has served us good because it's easy, but in fact there's so many interlinkages between the E and the S and the G, and actually if we were able to make that more visible, there would be much more value to be seen and also to be captured. So and now in that same spirit about silos, so silos between these topics, but also silos between different forms of finance. So maybe that's the one, but that would kind of put forward and draw your attention to or discuss with you guys, to what extent should we be thinking about forms of finance like the Gavi, an instrument which is really about connecting public-private funding towards a common societal issue, in this case, vaccines and immunization. Maybe this is also a powerful tool that could be leveraged in emerging markets to draw attention to a very high priority issue and to create leverage between different forms of finance. So that would be maybe something that I'd like to emphasize. And then another very small thing, maybe we need a bit of affirmative action in these funds. Maybe we need to foresee a certain percentage of funds that are dedicated to investments in emerging markets. Just like we do this in procurement, EU procurement, we have some social clauses, we dedicate certain, and this could be a very powerful means to actually lift up investment in emerging markets.
Great idea, thank you. Rick, thanks for joining.
Rick Lakai, I lead our ESG efforts at State Street at the bank-wide level. I spent most of my career, may know a number of you, as an asset manager. So I've spent 12 years as the Global Chief Investment Officer at SSGA. So you've asked great questions. Some of them are just commercial questions. Do asset managers see a large enough market that they're going to have the opportunity cost of not launching a developed market ESG fund? They're going to launch an EM one. So straightforward commercial questions. And then you've got the investment factory. Is it interesting, ESG and EM? I think it's really interesting. You know, the cross-sectoral distribution of returns in EM for alpha generation is enormous. And there are many companies that are, in a sense, poor and could be better. However, there are a couple of things about emerging economies that are important. One is they're a very energy-intensive stage of their growth very often. They have old energy systems. And so the best thing you can do maybe as an investor is buy those companies that are in that energy business and be with them in improving in transition finance. The optics of that sometimes look ugly because immediately you'll have a terrible looking carbon footprint in your portfolio. But in terms of positive impact and contribution, it could be extremely large relative to, say, a clean tech investment that you might have with a developed market fund.
Thank you, Rick. Habib. Thank you for joining us on the panel.
Thank you, Doug.
Please, same two questions, and if you could introduce yourself, that'd be wonderful.
Wonderful. Habib Abdurrahman, Head of ESG at Investcorp. And really, in my role, I have responsibility for developing, designing and executing our sustainable investing strategy across our corporate activities as well as our investing platforms globally. And to directly address your questions around barriers, you know, I think one of the key things that could be seen as a barrier is the perception that there are a lack of credible investment opportunities in the emerging markets. And I think that's just not true. I think there are opportunities in the emerging markets, and perhaps they just don't fit the sweet spot of the traditional investors' investment criteria. And I think what's really driving this is the perception of higher risk in the emerging markets, which is really being driven, at least in my view, by a lack of understanding or perhaps in-depth understanding of the market, competitive, regulatory, cultural, importantly, dynamics that are present in these markets. And let's not forget, Doug, that the emerging markets, of course, are not one homogeneous entity. And so it becomes even more interesting when you look at the differing sorts of dynamics from a competitive perspective, from a market perspective, from a regulatory perspective. And I can't emphasize enough a cultural perspective that needs to be understood. And so I think what you've done here today and what the FII has put together is incredible. And I think it's important for us to really look at what is relevant and material in these emerging markets, and then really work to implement that and adopt those standards and principles in our investing activities. And so I congratulate you on the contribution you've made in the field.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you. On that note, Anna, thanks for joining the panel. Please, if you don't mind introducing yourself and addressing those two questions, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Great group to be following, and a real pleasure to be with you. Anna Moore, I'm a partner with McKinsey here in London, where I co-lead our sustainability strategy practice across Europe, and I lead our basic materials practice and built environment here in the UK and Ireland. So I spend all of my time a bit at this intersection of hard-to-abate sectors, helping clients think through what are the sustainable investments we need to be making, and how can we really play offense with sustainability versus seeing this as a risk mitigation matter and really create green growth. And for us, how did we get to where we are? Really a failure of collective action.
Yeah.
And we see a source of optimism in green growth. We estimate $9 to $12 trillion in new green value pools by the mid-2030s. And that's going to come from greater circularity, including in emerging markets. It'll come from green materials. It'll come from decarbonizing the energy sector. And those are really global opportunities that require global action and private sector leadership. And so for us, the solution needs to come now from business seeing this really as an opportunity to create new green growth. And that gives us a cause for optimism. Great to be with you.
It's brilliant to have you all. Thank you very much. So what I'd love to do is just for the rest of our session, I just want to thank you. You guys have been absolutely bang on. If anything, you've been about 30 seconds each shorter, which is amazing. Thank you, which means that we've got more time for discussion. So maybe we could start with the question on barriers and just dig into that a little bit more. Iyad, you highlighted the big barrier is that actually we're giving different weighting across E, S, and G. And in particular, a lot of the choices that are being made are focused very much on the E. How do you, maybe you could just expand on that a little bit, but it would be really good just to get your views on how do we start to redress that balance? How do we start to bring much more of the social development considerations into the choices that are made in relation to environment?
Yeah, so maybe let me build on a real example. The company I work for, SABIC, and I think Bob, our technology officer, was here in one of the sessions.
Yes.
So we are addressing the environmental aspects. We're doing all what it takes in terms of technology, transitioning, reducing emissions, and so on. But I don't see investors that are recognizing this because, at least from an ESG perspective, because they look at SABIC from an emerging market lens. They don't look at SABIC from a developed market lens. And the reason why, because the different ESG rating agencies, basically they look at the ESG similar to the way they look at the credit rating. So basically they look at it as a risk. And by mere definition, emerging markets are higher risk than developed markets. So to address your question, I would say that risk mitigation should be addressed separately from ESG. ESG should be clearly how the impact on the environment, how the impact on the social, and how the impact on the governance. We have lots of initiatives that we do, but again, because of the same point on risk, they are not being recognized. A couple of examples is the employment, not the direct employment that we do, but also the indirect employment and supporting jobs and so on. There is a program called Nusanid, which is in Arabic, it's to support and help, which again is creating multiple dimensions and building on the products that we produce and so on, and employing boys and girls in Saudi, supporting them financially and so on, which again improves the standard of living, improves the quality of jobs and so on. The second example is again because 80% of our assets are based in Saudi, so water is scarce. So we focus on minimizing the use as much as possible in our processes. And you see SABIC is really above the average in terms of water usage. Is it recognized by investors and ESG agencies? No, again, because of the same reason that I've highlighted.
I think what you've described is an ESG strategy that is really targeted at things that are most important to your stakeholders in relation to the context where you work. Marika, it'd be really interesting in terms of barriers to understanding that context and the implications of that. I don't know whether you could talk to that, please.
You mean the context?
Well, in terms of in terms of the local context, i.e. an ESG strategy that's targeting employment-related issues, water scarcity issues, how are some of the ways in which those barriers to understanding that could be addressed? I think you mentioned, looking at particular issue-related funds that could potentially address particular topics.
So So let me think. So
I'm sorry if I made it difficult.
No, I think if I draw from my own experiences here in Europe, where we've spent about a year now trying to build standards that will be obligatory, mandatory for all companies to report on.
Yeah.
And so there's that true tension about relevance. Does it make sense for companies to require them to report on so many different dimensions?
Yes.
So that's been a lot of work to kind of actually come up with a set of standards that we think are actually sector agnostic, that are relevant for understanding. And I think that kind of work would be interesting actually to see to what extent that can be helpful to actually shed light on certain issues.
Yes.
I think it can go two ways, either very bottom up,
so
companies who actually look at what is going on around me and what is the lever I can actually pull to make a positive impact, or it can go really top down. So the EU example is one where EU actually shapes the lenses you use to see things, and then maybe they will make visible certain topics that were not top of mind, but maybe very important for you to make progress on and to track and monitor.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to get your views on any good practices that you've seen out there in the world in terms of investors really starting to engage in relation to ESG in emerging markets, and where you see that make a difference. It'd be great if we could point to some examples. Maybe, Rick, I could just sort of bring you in first in terms of a response to that.
Well, the first thing to note is that some things look like they're more national than global in terms of what you're expecting in the standards. And maybe in some ways, E is the easiest one. We all face the decarbonisation challenge, but as I mentioned, emerging economies are more energy intensive.
Yes.
And you can't just switch the lights off in South Africa because they're burning coal. But I think S is probably the most contentious. S is the least global because it reflects national preferences and a lot of other issues, quite honestly. And so addressing the whole dimension of social, not just decent work, but many other issues, is extraordinarily hard. Yeah. For me, the starting point should always be G. When I think about the long history of investing money and where people have really lost a lot of money, it's always when G has gone wrong, and often that's been the root cause of an E that's gone wrong.
Right.
National standards are different there as well, and we accommodate that, but we do have an absolute standard that we're aspiring to. And I think that helps, in a way, raise the other elements as well. So I think my case study is focus on the national element where it really has to be, but focus on the longer-term goal, particularly with corporate governance.
Okay, thank you.
And Doug, if I could
Habib,
add
please
to
do.
that, I think it's important to also appreciate some of the key developments we've been seeing in the emerging markets when it comes to implementing ESG and sustainability strategies. And some of the things that I've seen, which I think are really positive developments, are, in the first instance, really broad-based, government-led sustainability strategies, looking 10 years, 20 years, 30 years into the future. That's really important because it sets the vision, the direction, the roadmap for companies, individuals operating in these markets. And what that's also done, and we're seeing increasing amounts of this happening, is really the sovereign wealth funds, the banks, the large asset owners really implementing sustainability thinking into everything they do. That wasn't there before. It's now happening in greater amounts today. It's also meant that asset managers are incorporating ESG considerations into their thinking. And what I've experienced, I operate in the emerging markets, I've been in the emerging market for the past decade, and what that essentially what I've seen happening is that sort of thinking is also becoming more sophisticated as investors are beginning to appreciate in greater detail the value that can be derived from incorporating such considerations into what they do. And I think just to build on Rick's point around governance, extremely important. And what I see from my day-to-day interactions with companies in the emerging markets, and also, operating in the country. I'm based in the United Arab Emirates, but corporate governance standards have come a long way across many parts of the emerging markets. That is going to drive better disclosure standards, and better disclosures really to enforce the disclosure requirements that are also coming. So these are all, I think, really important things that we should acknowledge and we should build upon. And I think when you're looking at frameworks like the framework that we're seeing with the FII putting in force, we should really look at what it could actually offer to the emerging markets and really adopt it and give it a go.
That's what we'd like. Yes, please.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Anna, it'd be great to get your perspectives on some good practices that you see, where you see investors really doing a good job at considering and focusing their investments on the things that matter most in emerging markets.
Sure. I think when people think ESG in emerging markets, they think cost and risk.
Right.
They think about the billion people who will live in extreme heat stress. They think about the challenges faced by Nike in the 90s, and they think, okay, this is all a bit too complicated and expensive. And I think Habib's point around value is really critical, right? For us, the best practice is to look for where the opportunities really are. And in emerging markets, for example, we see considerable opportunity around circularity. So let's take plastics as one example. We see today about a $2,000 per ton premium for recycled PET versus virgin product. That's driven by CPG companies making commitments around more circular product. A lot of the feedstock to produce recycled plastic exists in emerging economies. And so there's an enormous opportunity to create sustainable, high-paying jobs in emerging markets and contribute to our collective net zero goals. And I think a lot of investors sometimes miss that. And really, for us, this point around creating value and seeing an alignment between value and values, if you will, is critical.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you. At the end of the day, this isn't just an investor's problem. They're not looking at EM issues in the way in which they look at ESG. It's also what changes can be made at a company level, at a government level. Habib, you highlighted how government policy can be transformational in terms of the way in which an investor looks at a country, and what can happen at a sort of activist level to really make certain companies more attractive from an ESG perspective in emerging markets. Marika, I'm going to ask you that question first, and then Iyad, I'm going to ask you also to comment on that question, if that's okay.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think so. I think when we're talking about standards, we're talking about information, and we're creating a lot of information.
Yep.
Maybe not enough, and maybe it's contentious still. Certain dimensions, we're not really sure. Are we really capturing the social in important ways, or are we missing the point? But there's a lot of information out there. And the question is, who will be able to use it over and beyond investors? So, because that's the sort of push we also need, because it's about accountability. Who will hold companies accountable? And so we will, in my view, we need to make sure there's a civil society in these economies that can actually use that information to hold companies accountable. Activists, they are, as we have recently seen with ExxonMobil, they can come on the board and say, well, we don't agree with the strategy of ExxonMobil, not sufficiently green. So there is power to those voices, and I think they're incredibly important to actually even justify the enormous costs of this data collection. And I'm also calling upon professors who are not really in the audience, but so we need to make the most of this data, and so that's the role I see activists, civil society play. To make that data credible and legitimate.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, did you want to add something on that point?
I think it's interesting with activists because you have indeed examples like Exxon, but you also have Unilever, Danone, others who have had the reverse, right? Where there's been pressure to maintain a focus purely on profit and not on sustainability goals as well. And so I think for investors, it's really a challenge to maintain a long-term view, and to really maintain the focus. And I'd be curious for views from the group on this, on what will create value long-term, right, which is alignment with net zero. But it's very much a transition that's going to be spiky and non-linear, and I think we see activists pushing in both directions, actually.
Well, Iyad, in terms of at a company level, what can actually enable you to be more attractive as an investment choice for an investor?
Maybe I'll steal 20 seconds just to build on.
You really teased me and said, yeah.
On a point that Marique has said, affirmative action.
Yes.
I think really to make progress in really putting funds into emerging markets, there has to be affirmative action.
Yes.
The United Nations, they have the principle of responsible investment. And I was looking at it, more than $60 trillion of investors, collectively assets under management, 1,500 investors, but they are very, very much so underrepresented from emerging markets.
Yeah.
Only 1 in 11 board members are from emerging markets. So they are underrepresented. So I think there has to be, from a United Nations, from a global organization like the United Nations, to really enforce the SDGs, because we've heard SDGs. Out of the 17 SDGs, only 4 are environment.
Yeah.
Ending hunger and poverty and so on are not really getting enough attention. To your point, in SABIC, basically we've been working into transparency and reporting for more than a decade. We've been issuing our sustainability report. And it has improved with time in terms of the level of progress that we make and the level of disclosures. And we've even taken it one step further by creating an executive committee that basically takes in charge the SDG reporting to be at the same standard that we do our financial reporting, co-headed by our CTO and CFO. And I think one of the most important things that a lot of global organizations do from a governance point of view, this has been taken in charge by the board. So we have a dedicated board committee, risk and sustainability, that's really taken in charge the ESG disclosures. And not only that, but also how the action plans that we've put in place are being executed. And we've been reporting on whatever commitments that we've made back in 2000, for example, 2018, in an annual basis, whether from the environment, whether from even some of the social aspects that we've put in place.
That's brilliant. Thank you. We've got 3 minutes left, and I'm just really keen that we start to be very, very optimistic. So there is clearly a problem that needs to be cracked, which is making sure that those companies that are doing the best job in relation to ESG in emerging markets get the investment flows that they deserve and the benefits that comes from that. So we know that's a problem that needs to be solved. We've talked about some of the enablers of that, and it's not just at the investor level, it's also at the company level, it's at the country level, it's at the other stakeholder level as well. But if we were to crack this, what would be the benefits that we should expect to see? What would be the benefits of it that might help to supplement the investment thesis of an investor, really shifting their strategy around this? I'm going to start with you, Rick, if I may, on that.
If I may, I think you make great returns if you own a business that changes in a positive way. ESG is a very important dimension of that. We need to broaden the lens in terms of our definitions of ESG to encompass things like transition finance, so that we're allowing ourselves to buy, let's just say, poor businesses or businesses that are unprepared for the transition, and support them and push them through that transition. I don't just mean the transition to a low-carbon economy, but in other directions as well. And that involves allowing ourselves to be somewhat more flexible in the way that we're thinking about what we're prepared to own right now, because it's the rate of change that really matters. And then I think you'll get both a return premium and you'll also have an impact.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think absolutely. I think the biggest benefit of more ESG funds coming into the emerging markets is really the opportunity here to make a big impact on the sustainable development objectives of the emerging markets. Because let's not forget, some of the largest, most diverse and important ecosystems in the world are in the emerging markets.
Yes.
And so if you really want to make a change and make an impact in a big way in the emerging markets or globally, you need to be looking at the emerging markets. And so that's a really important consideration, I think. And I think to Rick's point around returns, absolutely. I think there are significant opportunities, and they will come over time. You need to make a deliberate choice of what you want to own today, with an acknowledgement of what that journey looks like. But there are attractive risk-return opportunities that exist in the emerging markets.
Brilliant, thank you. 45 seconds, so 10 seconds, please, Anna.
This will
What's the big benefit?
Economic growth. This will be the largest driver of growth in our lifetimes.
Brilliant. Marika, biggest benefit?
Survival, but also giving hope to all the young people in emerging markets who will be, in some countries, the biggest group in those societies. So we need to invest in entrepreneurship. We need to invest in young people who can actually change their local environments. So it's about reaching those sustainable development goals.
Fantastic. Thank you. Last 5 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's very well said. I think we're talking about ESG, so fairness, and to make sure that I quote one number here, $95 trillion, until 2060, it has to fund emerging markets in order really to address the existential threat of the environment.
Perfect. Thank you. Panel, you've been absolutely amazing. We've kept to time, so thank you very much. Really enjoyed the conversation. Please, if we could give everybody a round of applause, that'd be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to stay on stage. Thank you very much. Brilliant.
Thank you all so much. And let me add my word of thanks to Doug there from EY. Thank you so much for all of your great work here. Great panel, really. Thanks a million. So we heard there again, it's about investing in emerging markets, but also just following on from that great tool that is in place there. And Tony Berkeley and Doug really laid it out for you there in terms of the value of that tool, what you can do with that tool. And it's available on the FII website. So please, everybody do take a look at that because it can be of tremendous use. And again, not just to investors. I think we also heard there that it can be of tremendous use to so many other people and help us all to stay a lot more engaged, a lot more informed, and know exactly what's going on. We have another great panel going on, as we will do for the rest of the afternoon for you. I mean, so far we've really been information-led, knowledge-driven, so much great information here. And we're now going to be looking at innovating our way out and really taking a close look at technologies all sorts in terms of how it's going to help us. Please give a very, very warm welcome for the Global Head of Sustainability for HSBC. Celine Hawaye is with us now. Celine, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, everyone. Magical chairs. Thanks very much. So I am delighted to welcome our panel. We're going to be focusing now for the next 20 minutes on climate tech. You've heard a bit about, I think, nuclear fusion today. You've heard about carbon dioxide removal technologies. We're going to go into the detail of the kind of breakthrough technologies we need to solve the decarbonisation challenge. So I'm Group Chief Sustainability Officer at HSBC. I've got a brilliant panel here. We've got Hans Kobler, who is founding partner of Energy Impact Partners, an investment firm, probably one of my favorite investment firms if you think about the climate tech space. Look at venture, early stage investing as well. Also, I think infrastructure investing. So Hans from Energy Impact Partners. Over here, an old friend of mine, Steve Howard, who is Chief Sustainability Officer of Temasek and previously was Chief Sustainability Officer of IKEA, of course, which we were just talking about, and CEO of the Climate Group. We both chair the Women in Business Coalition, so we go back there. And then we've also got Jimmy, who is CEO of Samartzis, who is I got it right, who is CEO of LanzaJet, so a climate tech pioneer company there. I'm just going to adjust this because I think I have a few sound issues there. So I'm going to get us kicked off. So climate tech in this space, and I think probably just to start, the boom and bust of clean tech was quite focused back in the kind of noughties, the 2000s, on the energy segment. Climate tech is a much broader segment, cutting across different industries, looking at regenerative agriculture, looking at transforming heavy industries, mobility, energy. So it's a much broader class. And it's been a really hot, frothy investment market recently. And maybe if I can turn to you first, Hans, to give us a bit of a state of the market on climate tech investing.
Thank you for having me. Well, I leave the macro picture out for a moment because it's probably pretty depressing for everybody between the recession, the interest rate environment, the global supply crisis. So focusing just on climate, I think that's a much brighter picture. where the good news is I think the world has embraced that clean tech or climate is important. That goes from cities to states to countries to corporations. 90% of our GDP have concluded that we have to do something, we have to go clean. That means, a lot of money will have to be spent. Somewhere between $6 to $9 trillion is the assumption that McKinsey just put out. And so having done this for 25 years, I felt really lonely for the first 23 years of my career, and I really crowded the last 2 years, and now I'm trying to figure out what is happening in the last 2 months, where I think we have a little bit of a correction here, but overall I think we are at a very attractive stage. We will have some stumbling blocks along the way, where some of the investors that maybe are not so familiar with our industry have left, the Tiger Cups, the hedge fund folks that saw arbitrage opportunity between maybe inflated SPAC valuations and the private markets. They came in very quickly and very big, and they may be gone. But there's a lot of capital coming in, and we're just at the beginning of that.
Yeah, excellent. And maybe, Steve, you can build on a bit from an Asia perspective and the climate tech market as well.
I think it really is it's our global marketplace now, and as an investment firm, especially one with a long-term perspective, I think it's incredibly exciting. So you're right, Hans, the macro conditions, whether it's climate change or the war, are really challenging, but the level of innovation and companies coming through at different stages, so the super early ones, or the ones that are sort of really commercializing, getting to scale, like Jimmy's company now. We're looking at it as very wide. So it's the food systems. Let's say energy's most mature, still got a long way to go, but the energy revolution is a third, half of the way through, although there's still a lot more to go. There's the next phase companies are, you mentioned some, but we've been investing in them that you wouldn't expect perhaps an investor like us. So we're an investor in Commonwealth Fusion, so as a long-term bet on fusion. We've invested in advanced geothermal companies, a Canadian company called Evor, that does really interesting closed loop, shallow, like a couple of kilometers. I didn't know that, I think it's for every mile you go down, it gets 42 degrees hotter just around the world. So you can do shallow geothermal, you don't need magma sources down there. We've been looking at zero carbon, low carbon cement companies and invested in those. But then also looking at sustainable materials and the sort of, let's say, if the 20th century was using petrochemicals as a platform, now we're using nature as a platform. So it's about the sun and the wind and renewable materials as a platform. So a company via a JV that we've set up with BlackRock, Decarb Partners, we've just invested in MicaWorks. MicaWorks is a mushroom leather company. And so when it sounds exotic, it's actually strange that we make leather from cows, is a strange thing. And we've been doing it a long time. Whereas mushroom leather, it's a climate positive leather. It's like calf skin, it's cost effective, could be super scalable. And if you look across all of the sustainable materials, it's very, very hot space. And food and ag, I think, the food systems could be climate positive systems if we get it right. So whether that's sort of the vertical farming, regenerative agriculture, smart optimized agriculture, so we've been looking at that space and investing in micro-irrigation companies or software-based companies, or the alt protein space and plant-based foods. So we were early investors in Impossible Burgers, Impossible Foods, and helped them move into Singapore. And I overate Impossible Burgers on my first trip to Singapore.
Easy to
But I think now you can see from just perhaps 5 or 10 companies in that space, if you go back 5 years, there's a couple of hundred companies from startup phase through to properly commercialized at scale companies that are in the plant-based food and alternative protein. And just as an endpoint, I like the fact, Singapore's interesting because it can do sandboxing, so it'll do fast regulatory approval, which I think is important for governments anywhere when you're looking at innovation and rolling out new technology. So the first cell-based chicken was approved there. We've also invested in a company that can ferment egg-based proteins egg whites are just 50 proteins and water, so they can ferment those proteins. So we've got a company that can make eggs without the chicken and one that can produce chicken without the eggs.
Yeah.
And I think that's the level of climate innovation that we've got now, which is, I think, is exciting and compelling.
Very exciting. Good. And so I'm coming over to you, Jimmy, because obviously you're the founder here on the panel with a kind of SAF-based company. And obviously, I mean, the interesting thing from, you're probably sitting in an area that is, you have investors like we have the two here. You're probably one of the, as I mentioned, such a hot and frothy market. Everyone wants to invest in LanzaJet. And then we look at the reality of today also, where we have rising food prices. We have the cost of capital is now kind of getting higher and higher and higher. Where do you see your outlook? Obviously, you've got a very strong secular trend behind you. The aviation industry needs and is committed to decarbonising, but what's the outlook? And also, do you need any regulatory support and beyond just the kind of the voluntary commitments of the airline sector?
Yeah, so really it's all of the above. So transportation, I think everyone here experiences it, right, and flies and understands what aviation's contribution is to climate change. In terms of numbers, it's more than 2% of man-made GHG emissions are contributed to aviation. So a significant opportunity to decarbonize a really difficult to decarbonize sector. Right, you have assets that are in the market for 40, 50 years. You have infrastructure that's been built for many, many years. And the industry, by and large, has concluded that sustainable aviation fuel is the only solution that is going to be the near, mid, and long-term opportunity for aviation to decarbonize. Hydrogen and electric aircraft will have their place for shorter haul, medium haul flights, and starting in 2035 and beyond. So sustainable aviation fuel is really where a lot of the attention is. We've spent 14 years trying to get to this point today, which is having the opportunity to have technology that's ready, that produces fuels that are of the right quality and that are of the right safety characteristics, but reduce the overall carbon emissions. So technologies like ours are ready to scale. It's required a lot of work to get here. We have to go through technical approval processes to get even pathways approved through the ASTM. It's the approving body for these fuel pathways. That takes 3 to 5 years just to get through that process alone. So we're at a point where technology is ready. You have governments who are now stepping up across the globe with effective policies that support the development of the industry. You have airlines who are committed, who are voluntarily committing to it. And you have corporate customers and individuals who are now also participating. So all those factors have to come together in order to really see this industry take off. And we are truly creating a new industry. This is new infrastructure that needs to be developed around the world. It requires investment. We've had a lot of strategic investors engaged with us to give us cost-efficient, cost-effective capital. So we're trying to keep the price down as low as we can for sustainable aviation fuel.
And clearly it's already a very kind of cost-conscious sector. Margins are very tight in the airline industry, and there is a greenium for SAFs. And then when we head now into more of a recession environment next year, does it become even more vital at this point in time that you have moves like, setting a mandate for SAFs within a fuel mix, or, tax credits and things like that?
You do. You absolutely do, right? So in the European Union and in the UK, mandates are the preference from the governments and even some of the players in these countries. In the US, you have more of an incentive-based approach. We have a strong preference towards incentive-based approaches because they reward incremental improvements in the product ultimately. What we're seeing today, even though fuel prices are up, crude oil pricing is up, jet fuel pricing is up quite substantially, it's creating an interesting opportunity because our SAF pricing isn't necessarily increasing at the same level, right? So SAF has become more affordable, relatively speaking, compared to current fuel pricing. Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to go deep because the climate tech ecosystem is so big, and you mentioned a whole load of new ones, Steve, that I hadn't even heard about with the egg whites. You've got everything from soft tech to hardware and hard tech. And, if we think about what we need to get to 2050, we've kind of got the technologies we need for the next 10 years of decarbonisation. It's the stuff between 2030 and 2050, especially in the hard-to-abate sectors like in long-haul transport, where we've got the big technology challenges. And in many cases, they are, whether it's green hydrogen, energy storage more broadly, long-term energy storage, whether it's SAFs, whether it's carbon dioxide, carbon removal technologies. These are kind of high capex investment, high technology risk because they're very nascent technologies.
So that our credit risk teams in the bank obviously are not familiar with these technologies at HSBC, trying to get used to them. So when we look at those, it would be great to hear the feedback from the panel here on how do we start unlocking the deep decarbonisation technologies? What are some of the partnerships that we need? Maybe starting with you, Steve.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really important question. So I think first is how you look at risk is important, because I think the finance sector is guilty of pricing new risk differently from old risk. And so if we look, and now the future's more decoupled from the past is a poor predictor of the future, especially when it comes to decarbonisation. So we've got to say the risk of standing still is extremely high. We can't stand still. So you've got to be prepared to take more risk around the future anyway. So it's a mindset adjustment, not just a pricing and risk appraisal adjustment. And then you absolutely need partnerships in this. So we do need the regulators to step in and do what I mentioned in Singapore, doing sandboxing, fast, rapid regulatory approval, and we need those sort of things to happen. And then look at where do you play. I mean, we're mostly an equity investor. We're not we don't do sort of big infrastructure. So we're looking at who are the partners we've got alongside us who might be able to deploy different types of capital into the infrastructure, and where do we play our role within that. But the technology is de-risking pretty fast, and I think the tailwind itself, if you understand, so we go really, really deep in trying to understand at a science level and fundamental technology level, does this work, and should it stack up?
Yeah.
So understanding that side, if we're confident in that, then we will really plough in behind it, whether it's on green hydrogen or novel electrolyzers, or on advanced geothermal, like I mentioned.
And would you do that without a kind of blended finance approach, like a loan guarantee, or
Yeah.
do you do that purely commercially, or do you need some?
We'll do some of it absolutely commercially where we have conviction behind it, and it depends. If you're looking to scale something, let's say I don't know, maybe everybody wasn't surprised, but I've certainly been surprised by how hydrogen's gone from interesting there to absolutely a big part of the energy future in the last 2 years, it feels like to me. And the amount of public money, policy support, industry offtake agreements, you start to look, this ecosystem starts to come together very rapidly, where you can see how you can de-risk scaling of large-scale hydrogen.
Yeah.
And I think that's the way we're going to have to do it, whether it's for SAF and sustainable aviation fuel, offtake agreements, etc. There's a whole range of tools that you can do to de-risk it. I think we're going to have to scale these things, and there's a real willingness to do that between regulators, between industry, corporate partners, and the finance sector now.
Yeah.
So it's taken 70 years with solar to do the first trillion watts. It's 4 years. I like this fact. It's Bloomberg New Energy Finance. It's not my fact, but it's 4 years, I think, to get to the next trillion watts. Incredible progress, but it was 70 years. If you look at energy storage, sustainable aviation fuel, green hydrogen, we don't have 70 years. We need to do it in 10, 15 years to get to massive scale. So we're going to need all of the tools in the toolbox on it. But I see those being deployed increasingly.
I mean, in huge investment costs. I mean, I think in the US and the new hydrogen plant in Utah or the one in Nebraska, we're talking about $500 million capex investment, right, for the first round. So these are massive, massive investments. Hans, maybe over to you, on deep decarbonization tech. What are you looking at in EIP?
Very dear to our heart. We just launched a fund here on that topic. If you think about the bigger problem, 75% of our emissions are related to energy. 80% of that can be electrified. The clean electron has won, right? It's the fuel of choice for most of the future. With that, we can electrify completely new industries, steel, cement. We have investments that account for 21% of the emissions. We have an investment in Boston Metals, for example, Sublime on the cement side, Rondo, address heating. So that's the first step. The second one is how to deal with the intermittency. Now we have this new world where the wind doesn't blow so reliably, and then on the other side, on the demand side, you have the DC fast charger is the same as 70 TVs turning on at the same time. So you double our load, but the peak power could be 5 times as high, which is a huge problem. It's like you don't build your church for Easter Sunday, right? The size of the church for that. So somebody has to do something about that. Lithium is not holds for a couple of hours, so some long-term storage solutions are needed. We have an investment in Form Energy, for example, that has the potential, not very efficient, but very cheap to store energy for 100. So that's a second step. Molecules need to come to the rescue. The electron cannot do it all, so there is a role for gas in transmission that is absolutely critical. There is a pathway to ammonia and hydrogen. Has to still come down a lot on cost, quite frankly, but as you pointed out, most experts were wrong on the pathway of solar, how quickly it came down. We are in electric hydrogen, for example. That's a PEM electrolyzer for green hydrogen. And then the last step is we have to do something about the carbon in the air or at point emissions. If we focus on those four things, I think it's doable, but those are big, capex-intensive, long-term efforts that will take a bit.
And maybe go just a little bit, and then we'll move on to Jimmy on the carbon removal technology market. I know there's the talk of, will it be a 1 trillion? How can you make it a 1 trillion market? At the moment, it's very much, based on kind of commitments in a way. There's no kind of regulatory forcing mechanism yet for anything there. So where are you in that space? Maybe talk to the audience about some of the different solutions in that space. You've obviously got the direct air capture versus nature-based solutions.
So our CTO, Mike Weber, he just wrote an article on that in the Wall Street Journal. We have one investment in the point solution. The point meaning you go there, capture it at the point of emission, Carbon America, which I think is a first step. The real killer solution would be if you can suck it out of the air, right? And that's just a cost question. We have to come down a lot. We haven't made an investment there yet. We normally sit down with our partners and screen the market, so we are scouting. But if we get towards the $100 a ton, I think would be very attractive. We haven't found the golden goose yet. Yeah.
I don't know if anyone wants to come in. If Steve, you've got something on, or Jimmy on carbon removal technologies before we move back. Or...
I mean, we've invested in some same times we've been looking at the space. We've not done direct air capture yet. We've looked at it, and it's one of those things. If it's currently $750 a ton or something, you take high conviction to go for that. Yeah. But we think that there's no way through this without some CCS somewhere involved in the system. Nature-based solutions are really interesting, and there's actually it's not just planting trees or regenerative agriculture to have nature-based solutions. It's all the monitoring ecosystem around that. It's the sensors. There's several interesting companies come through that space. We just made an investment in one. It's not public yet, actually. That's really looking at how we can reliably measure the carbon in nature-based solutions. And so we think that it's going to be an interesting interplay between, and you will have industrial CCS will definitely be applied in many places, but nature-based solutions can really scale if we can build high trust credibility behind the carbon market. So, we've worked with Stand Chartered, DBS, and SGX to set up a climate impact exchange in Singapore to do sort of literally be in that space to help do price discovery and have high quality, trustworthy carbon that's from nature-based and tech solutions there on the market. Yeah. I think we're in early days. The projections and uncertainty around it are huge. Whether is it $100 a ton in 2030? Is it 20? Yeah. And what's the scale of it? But it's definitely it's a huge growth area.
Yeah, and actually in the IEA modelling, there's a big reliability on CCUS, on point source capture. Yeah. For oil and gas after 2035, and there's also quite a reliance on DAX as well. So there definitely needs to be investment. So Jimmy, back to you and SAF. Obviously your company is one of these deep decarbonisation technologies. What are the partnerships that you need? You spoke a bit about the regulatory environment, but what do you need to kind of accelerate and grow in your space?
Sure, and I'll comment on the carbon capture and carbon removal technology as well, right? So we were founded by a company called LanzaTech, which captures carbon from waste carbon. So carbon in industrial processes takes that carbon monoxide and converts it through gas fermentation in their proprietary microbe to ethanol, right? Yeah. They've partnered up with Carbon Engineering on direct air capture and are able to pursue that and take the CO2 plus green hydrogen and convert that to ethanol. So there's ways even for SAF to leverage front-end technologies that some have been proven commercially. The LanzaTech technology has been proven commercially with plants up and running in China that actually do this day in and day out. And others like the dark air capture technology, which has some time to go. Although I was at another event this morning speaking, and the carbon engineering folks were there, and they have a partnership with Oxy, and they mentioned that they made an announcement not that long ago. They're building 70 plants as their ambition here in the coming few years. So for us, to go to your question, partnerships matter, right? So partnerships in terms of the full value chain of technologies, like with LanzaTech, like with carbon engineering and other entities. Corporate partners have played an instrumental role in our company. Microsoft invested directly in an infrastructure project with us in Georgia. So having corporate entities step up and directly support is extremely important. Government's policy makes a huge difference, and that's going to guide which markets develop first for us and where the draw for our technology is going to be. So it takes the full spectrum, if you will, of stakeholders to be aligned and to participate and to help this market develop.
Absolutely. So we've got 5 minutes left, so there's probably time for a quick round. So I wanted to open it up just a bit more broadly to each of you to think about maybe the area of climate tech innovation you're most excited about, beyond the exciting examples that Steve already gave. So what are you most excited about? Maybe going to you first, Hans.
We have to first define excitement. So we are financial firms.
Financially excited and impact.
We get excited when we make money. We work with corporates, so we get excited when we help them on their journey to net zero, get there faster. And we get excited when we have an impact on the environment. We get really excited when we put the two together. So when that's one of our major efforts is to really bring the partners together to make innovation happen. For example, you mentioned Microsoft. They just picked up one of our portfolio company Enchanted Rock to use them as a backup for the data centers, replacing diesel, which is a major issue out here. We have a company called Urbint that is using AI to detect methane leaks in urban environments. We helped them get 4 out of their first 6 customers to ramp them quickly. So when that collaboration happens, between our now 100 portfolio companies and 40 industrials. I think good things happen because we cannot wait for the deep decarbonization technologies that we just talked about. That will take 2, 3, 4. Somebody has to do that, yes, and we're doing that. But we have to do something now. And so accelerating the deployment of technologies that are out there today is probably highest on my list.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge amount of brilliant software climate tech companies, and I think I read the stat the other day that if you look at the unicorns, the fastest growing segment of unicorns is climate tech companies, and the life span or the age of the unicorns is younger than any other segment. So sometimes 4 to 6 years to reach unicorn status. So it's been a crazy market, let's say, especially over the last few years. Jimmy, what about you?
Larry Fink was here, right? He said the next 1,000 unicorns will be in climate tech.
He said that.
And I have to say, the first 20 years of my career, I don't remember 20. There were 28 in last year alone. That's
exactly. Big growth. Jimmy?
Yeah, so for me, we have a slogan that we use, which is someday is now, and we use that intentionally, which is it's no longer a need for us to wait someday for solutions to be in place. We no longer have the ability to wait someday to take action on climate change. And I honestly think that we have really good technologies that are deployable today, that are scaling today, that work today, and that create the right products today. We need to accelerate existing technologies while continuing to do the good work that's required for those higher impact longer-term technologies, right? So there's good solutions in the marketplace today. There's a huge SAF plant going into Singapore. That's an example of a technology that's been scaling over the last 6-7 years, and that one is continuing to scale. But we're at that tipping point where we have to take action. We have technologies that are ready. Money's flowing in. Airlines are doing their job as well, and we just need to get going.
Well, I'm very excited about LanzaJet and LanzaTech, so I'm excited for you. And then maybe Steve to wrap up.
I gave my thunder away at the start in this question. But I think it's more in the spirit of that. I think if you say from a sort of design challenge, looking at what do we need the world to be, so we're going to have, we're going to end pollution, we're going to reverse the decline in nature, and business and investment's going to drive that, which is exciting and compelling. And so we are going to have incredible, abundant, affordable, clean energy with universal access incredible clean mobility that's available for people, a built environment that's more fit for purpose, and hopefully a food system that's healthy and sustainable and largely plant-based. And you know, that's all possible. There's a scenario where you can say by 2050 we've ended global warming and we've reversed the decline in nature. And you can. So I'm excited about all the things that we're doing to get there and that we're scaling and are coming through. I'm even more excited about the clear knowledge there are things that will happen in the next year, 5 years, and 10 years that will surprise and delight us that we don't know about at this point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's a perfect way to end. Thank you very much, Steve. Okay, so I just wanted to say a big thank you. Maybe we can have a round of applause for our panel. That was fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. And Etna, back to you. Thank you.
And Celine, thank you so much. And indeed, to all of our panel, thank you so much. And I really feel that ESG is bringing a new conversation, a new dialogue. It's not that often at a financial conference we hear about love and hope and trust and even excitement. So there's so many opportunities, I think, within the technology here, and we've heard about it here in terms of technology for food, technology for cleaner energy, and the pace that it's moving at. I think more than anything, the encouragement that I felt there from that panel was really about the fact that so much is being done. And the great examples we heard there from some of the big companies who have put so much time and effort and energy and are actually taking action. We heard this morning appeals for everybody to actually stop talking in one way and start doing something. I think we heard it very, very clearly there. We're now going to bring you, continue to bring you so much more knowledge, information. This is what we do at the FII Institute, really share some of the great knowledge from some of the best minds in the world. And we have two esteemed professors who are going to come one after another here. In just a couple of minutes, we're going to hear from a professor at Columbia University who is also the global head of ESG at Jefferies Finance Group. That will be Aniket Shaw. He will be with us in a couple of minutes. But before he comes, I want you all to give a very, very warm welcome for the director of the Energy Institute at Stanford University, Yi Chihua. So please, Yi Chihua is joining us. I'm going to give him the stage.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation, Richard. Thank you for the partnership, and also Sophia as well. We have seen very exciting discussion today. Now let me take the next 9 minutes to share with you what a university can do. I hope after my talk, you will be more optimistic, cautiously optimistic about the future. So I want to share with you Stanford University. For the past 20 years, we have been working on clean energy transition with the support starting from 4 big companies, ExxonMobil, GE, Toyota, and Schlumberger, and transition into the Institute of Energy. We set out the vision that is sustainable, affordable, secure energy for all. Every single word is very important. With nowadays Ukraine-Russia war going, secure really stand out. And also for all is actually one of the focal points for today's discussion, ESG. You look back, you say, wow, it's for all. And well, we have seen the commitment from the countries, from Fortune 500 companies, and Stanford is setting out a new school of sustainability to address this challenge. Let me share with you how we organize our act together. At Stanford, we have this intellectual asset, about 300 faculty members, 1,000 students working on energy, ranging from science, engineering, technology, to economics and policy. Some of the familiar faces you have seen in the top row right there, they are previous US government cabinet members. They are actually Stanford faculty, working very hard towards clean energy transition. And also, well, how do we really solve this problem? There's not a single department, not a single school can address this challenge. Stanford recognized big challenge. require us to organize all the expertise together from science, engineering, to law school, to business school, to our Hoover Institute, and also our national lab together. So Precourt Institute is set up in a way to cross-cut throughout the whole university. So we can bring people together, break the intellectual boundary to really solve these problems. And I also very excited to share with you, 2 weeks ago, we just announced the Stanford's new school named after John and Dole, called Dole School of Sustainability. Also, we announced the founding dean, Professor Arun Majumdar. There will be 9 new departments to be set up. There will be about 150 faculty members to be going into the new school. I'm helping to set up the Energy Science Engineering Department at this moment. Our initial roster just get approved by Board of Trustees. It's very exciting, superstar roster right there. So Precourt Institute right now is trying to help building up this whole new school. Let me highlight that green bar over there. So this theme initiative, we want to set up climate economy, data science for decision making, energy technology solution, and also infrastructure system solutions as well. So within the institute and the whole Stanford University, how do we organize to interface with industry, interface the interaction with investors, with communities? Let's look at where the carbon really coming from. Highlight several big contributors: electricity sectors, transportation, industry, and residential and commercial building, agriculture. So over the past 20 years, we kind of figure out our ways. Here is the interwoven fabric of the Stanford energy ecosystem. The vertical column you are seeing are those science engineering initiatives. Bits and watts, the vertical column right there, is about decarbonize the grid using data. Once the EV penetration is more than 50% or more, solar and wind coming up more and more into the electricity grid, as well as we need to think about seasonal variation. So using data to really plan for the future electrical grid is so important. So we launched that 5 years ago. Storage X is about making batteries for electrical transportation, having the long duration storage to integrate solar and wind even more, 80% or more into the electrical grid. And also natural gas initiative we set up 5 years ago, utilizing the natural gas without emitting carbon. So about 2 weeks ago, we just launched hydrogen initiative. We are in the process of launching carbon removal and sustainable manufacturing initiative, including steel making, cement, and so on. But cross-cutting also very important. Throughout the day, we have been discussing about sustainable finance. We set up this initiative several years ago: policy, education, external communication, and also using data and AI to plan for the future energy system. Also integrate social justice, environmental justice together with energy. Technology translation as well is very big at Stanford. It's no overstatement. Stanford University spin out the whole Silicon Valley. So over the past decade, at Stanford Energy, we indeed have spun out more than 100 startup companies. Some of them already just went to IPO. And social environmental justice and also global engagement will be important as well. So let me highlight to interact with companies broadly, with community, with a nonprofit, to get to net zero. We are at this moment planning a net zero academy. For the reason, how do you get to scope 1, 2, and 3 all together, particularly scope 3? It's not clear. How do we conduct emission measurement and accounting? How do you plan the best practices across the entire value chain? So we are organizing our science, engineering, business, and law school all together, try to answer these questions. And let me also highlight, in this event, is part of the global engagement. At Stanford right here, we have a mechanism throughout our global energy dialogues, so I won't have time to go into the detail, as well as a global energy forum, just to advertise November 1st to 3rd is our Global Energy Forum event. It's going to be very, very, very exciting, bring a lot of expertise together. And at last, let me put my professor hat up. As researchers and educators, there are three things I really like to do well. First is to do cutting-edge research, which can impact the world. Second is to educate students. They can go out to do very innovative work. The third one is doing technology translation. So over the years, I've been trying to taking the technology from my lab and going to the real world by starting up company. Empress was the first startup I founded. It's a high energy density lithium-ion batteries company. 4C Air is the air filtration remove particle turned out during COVID-19. We have been generating the best facial mask in the world. And we also set up a technology accelerator, taking multiple technology to accelerate at the same time because we don't really have time to address the climate challenge. So I talked to Stanford University, I said, we got to do it faster, let's set up an accelerator. Spin out large scale energy storage company, our thermal textile, cooling human body, warming human body, that's a life lab. Water filtration, soil cleanup, and green building materials. So with that, I'll just conclude and saying, well, if you look at the university, there's a lot of energy levels right there from faculty, from students. I hope you are optimistic with caution. By working together, we can address the climate change challenge while still having economic growth, addressing the ESG issue. With that, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I hope you're all doing very well. My name is Aniket Shah, and I'm the Global Head of ESG Strategy at Jefferies, the investment bank. I want to first start by thanking the organizers of today's conference to focus on emerging markets and ESG, emerging markets and sustainable development, because this intersection does not get nearly enough focus in the capital markets. It doesn't get nearly enough focus from academia, and as a result, we're in a pretty dark place with regards to how the emerging economies, a term which frankly has outlived its usefulness, will be able to evolve over the next 50 years and also contribute positively to the needs of sustainability. I have one very clear and very simple message for all of you, which is that emerging markets will be the home of experimentation, and experimentation that is required for the world to achieve the Sustainable Development Agenda. Okay? That experimentation will come from emerging markets and not from developed markets for one simple reason, which is necessity. For a fate of history, a fate of geography, we have emerging economies today that cumulatively have contributed less than 20% of global CO2 emissions, but are the most vulnerable to climate change. 9 out of 10 of the world's most vulnerable economies today to climate are in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. The economic damages to Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia as a result of climate change will be significantly worse as a percentage of GDP than it will be for the high-income world. And that necessity to basically adapt to a warming world, but also continue to grow and evolve and develop, will mean that great innovation and great learnings will come from emerging markets. And I want to just focus very quickly on 5 topics that we in the investment community should focus on. The first is the rollout and investment in renewable energy. We often forget that China has invested more in renewable energy over the last 10 years than the next 3 countries put together. We often forget that countries like India are leading in many ways the rollout of solar. We forget, for example, that Egypt has expanded the pace of renewable energy deployment by 50% in recent years. These are numbers you don't see in developed markets. And there are lessons here for all countries to learn around the pace and the scale and the abilities of transition. The second area of experimentation is partnership between high-income countries and low-income countries. Prime Minister Modi at Glasgow came out and said, yes, India is going to try to get to net zero by the second half of the century. But he also said that that will only happen if there's $1 trillion a year in climate finance made available just to India per annum for the next 48 years. Okay? $1 trillion per annum. And the rich world has not been able to get even $100 billion of climate finance, which was promised 12 years ago, so far. If we don't figure out a clearer pact between high-income and low-income countries, this whole transition will not work. It is abundantly clear, and it's our job here as the investor community and as people of influence to say to governments in the high-income world, this partnership does need to happen. You're seeing examples of this today. You're seeing the project in South Africa, the phase down of coal, for example, that give us early models of how high-income and low-income countries can support a clean transition. But without that kind of partnership, this whole transition will not work. The third area that I want to focus on is around new approaches to economic progress and to the measurement of economic progress. One of the most interesting developments over the last few weeks has been the IPCC's Working Group 3 report on climate change mitigation. And I'll forgive you if you didn't have the time to read the several thousand pages in that document, but it was explicitly clear in that report that one of the ways that we will wean ourselves off of fossil fuels will be through a different metric to analyze human well-being compared to the GDP. And coming out of emerging markets over the last 40 years, there have been many such contributions. I think about the Human Development Indicator, the HDI, created by Professor Amartya Sen and Professor Al-Haq in the 80s. I think about the gross national happiness concept coming out of the country of Bhutan. I think about the GEP that is being discussed in China and used to look at ecosystem and environmental impacts alongside GDP. So there is a real need to expand the way that we think about well-being. And if you ask me, the clearest and best thinking around these issues is coming from emerging markets, and we should support that and learn from it. The fourth area is low-cost sustainability innovation. The simple reality is that emerging markets like India, like Egypt, like Vietnam, will have to develop on a low-carbon pathway. And that's going to require new ways of doing things. It's going to require new policy frameworks, new technologies, new build-out of grids in real quick time. It's going to require a deployment of things like carbon capture and hydrogen, and, by the way, negative emissions technologies. We highlighted recently in a note that today, almost half of all three-wheelers sold in India are electric vehicles, a scale that we could not have even anticipated 5 years ago or 10 years ago. So we at Jefferies are looking very clearly at some of these low-cost, low-carbon innovations that are coming out of emerging markets. And the fifth area that I think all of us need to focus on is climate change adaptation. Climate change adaptation was considered in climate circles effectively taboo discussion for decades. okay? Because the focus was, let's start by mitigation, let's go and try to solve the underlying problem, and then we can talk about how to adapt. Well, I'm sorry, folks, the time has run out, and India today and Pakistan are struggling from heat waves that were not even expected for the next 30, 40, 50 years. Wet bulb temperature limits are being passed, putting human survivability truly in question in certain geographies. We are seeing adaptation happening in South Asia, early warning systems. We are seeing adaptation happening in the agricultural sector with new forms of seeds that are resilient to heat. We are seeing adaptation, of course, in the way that people are coming together to help in times like this. And that is an area that we think needs a lot more focus from the investment community and from the financial community. At Jefferies, we're actively involved on all of these topics because we think emerging markets will be the great experimenters of the next 30 to 40 years, again, out of necessity, out of an unfortunate fate of history and an unfortunate fate of geography, a set of countries that have contributed very little to climate change, that are going to bear the brunt of it, and we in the investment community need to spend more time understanding it and supporting it. I'll end with one final thought. One of the simplest and easiest ways to get more capital to flow from high-income to low-income countries is through the multilateral development finance system and through the multilateral development banking system. There are literally trillions of dollars of capital that can be raised and deployed now with a little bit more focus around how these MDBs operate, their leverage ratios, and I know for a fact capital markets participants will be buying those bonds if they come to market. And that's one specific area I think we should all focus on. Again, I want to thank the organizers for focusing on this important topic. Let today be the beginning of a new chapter of ESG discussions that puts emerging markets right at the center. Thank you all very much, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thanks.
Well, welcome to our town hall and welcome to our closing session. I'm delighted to bring up my co-host for this session, Ollie Barrett. Ollie.
Thank you very much, Edie.
Welcome. How are you?
I'm very well. It's very nice to see everybody and to be in the room, but also hearing from colleagues who have been following today vicariously through Twitter as well. We really have sort of sent messages far and wide. Lots of great resonance around the world.
Exactly.
And everyone who's been up on this stage. This is the one I've been looking forward to.
Absolutely. And this is such a big topic. We are on the road to COP27. Very short road indeed, isn't it? Crucial meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh. So we've got about 45 minutes to crack it, Ollie. What's coming up?
Well, just to give you a sense of what to expect, it won't just be the action on the stage. We will be taking questions from some of our guests and reflections from you. And we're going to keep it quite snappy. So we're not going to be afraid to take different perspectives from around the room and, of course, from our honored guests as well. Let me tell you who we're going to meet. And
why not?
We'll welcome them one by one. In fact, why don't we bring them onto the stage one by one? Lord Grimstone, please join me up on stage. Senator Renzi, I will introduce them one by one formally. Good to see you, sir. Please come and have a seat. And Senator Renzi, very nice to see you.
How are you?
And we're joined by Dr. Yasmin Fuad as well, who joins us down the line. So we say, why don't I say a formal welcome to our three guests. You see, first and foremost on our screens, Dr. Yasmin Fuad, Minister of Environment of the Arabic Republic of Egypt. Of course, welcoming all guests from around the world for COP27. Known to many of you surely, Senator Matteo Renzi, Senator for Florence, of course, the former Prime Minister of Italy. Senator Renzi, thank you for being with us today and for all of your work. By no means least, Lord Grimstone, Lord Jerry Grimstone, is the Minister for Investment at the Department for International Trade and Development for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy here for the Government of the United Kingdom. Why don't we give them all an FII welcome. Welcome.
Well, let's kick off. Let's kick off looking over to Egypt, looking ahead into the future a few months down the road. Your Excellency, Dr. Yasmin Fuad, why don't you set the stage for us? You're hosting COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. Tell us, what is at stake?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to join you virtually. I hope you can hear me well.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Great. Thank you very much for the invitation and for that very interesting session. COP27 is coming in a very critical year, as you all know, in 2022. So we finished with the pandemic and now with the geopolitics. However, climate has been more and more evident in each and every single place around the world, without differentiation between any of the countries. And from that perspective, Egypt aims to build upon the successes that came out from Glasgow and move ahead with all negotiation tracks in a balanced manner, in a way that would reach consensus to push forward the climate action agenda. And when I'm talking about action here, especially that we have finished the Paris rule book, we're talking about COP27 is COP for implementation. And when we're talking about implementation here, we would like to step three important messages. The first one, an implementation means an inclusive process where everyone should be around the table, not only the governments, the private sector, the civil society, the citizens, the youth, the women, and even the local communities that are hit hard by climate change impact. Secondly, when we're talking about implementations, we're talking about moving from the pledges to actual commitments that is put around the table to fulfill the demand of facing climate change. Thirdly, urgency is there. So if we want to implement, then that should be doable and not in a phase of a trial and error. And from that, we expect that the COP would show the success stories and the interventions made by various stakeholders. For example, in the last session, I've attended the last 5 minutes, there was that messages on the investment and the private sector and the vast opportunities for renewable energy and what Egypt has done. These kind of stories we need to bring to COP27. But much more important stories that would need to be there, which are the stories of the vulnerable communities and how best they were able to adapt in order to be further replicated and upscaled. Stories from how adaptation could include the private sector in its part, and how can the private sector be part of that both mitigation and adaptation. Egypt yesterday, for example, has launched its climate change national strategy up till 2050.
Right.
When you read that strategy, it's not about mitigation and adaptation. It's about a whole comprehensive integrated system that include governance, roles and responsibility, include infrastructure for the financial system, and include the science and technology at the heart of that. Yep. And how that is the other coin of the sustainable development, which is the core of our discussion in the session today, when we're talking about the emerging markets and the ESP and how best they can perform. So we are expecting a COP that would really move the climate action and the climate agenda in a just transition mode in mitigation and adaptation, and equally everyone around the table would be willing of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. So building a bigger table, getting more voices around it, turning pleasures into action, and then the need for speed and also storytelling so that we don't lose faith. Senator Renzi, a short road to COP27, what must it look like?
It's interesting because Dr. Jasmine, she's the future. Lord Jerry is the present, I'm the past. Because I attend to our conference was Paris in 2015. I think that, I believe, as the Minister of Egypt explains very well, this year is a particular year. Because there is not simply a problem about sustainability. I believe that is a time of radical change in the planet. And the Ukraine crisis is not only a great problem for our friends in Ukraine and the problem for Donbass, Odessa, Mariupol, etc. But it's the end of Yalta peace, Yalta agreement. It's the start, a new beginning of a new era. This is my opinion. And that particularly true is for the appointment that in a key moment, because not only sustainability, but also food, as we understand in this very interesting day, food, demography, migration, energy, everything changes. So I believe the real challenge of Sharm el-Sheikh summit will be to combine together and try to bring together the questions of traditional COP with the new geopolitics challenge. And not easy because a lot of politicians, particularly in our countries, thinking only about the day by day, only about Instagram post, only about the last tweet. I believe COP27 will be a great success if our friends in Egypt and all the leaders who attempted to this event will be able to combine together the present with the vision of the future. Not easy for the politics of today, unfortunately.
Right. So on that, you modestly put yourself as one of those figures in the past. Of course you play a role today. What's your number one message to the players on the pitch who are going to be signing these agreements in COP27? Be as blunt as you like.
The question is, okay, sign some agreement about goals. You remember, in Paris we signed a particular agreement, then in Glasgow, etc. But the real question today, I believe, is not the number of goals in the agreement, but will be the capacity to have a comprehensive look about the future. My real preoccupation today is we discuss about a single dossier, single topic, without a comprehensive vision. Just one example. Migration. And migration is also a problem for sustainability, of course. Thinking about what happened. I was prime minister when an unbelievable number of migrants arrived from Africa to Europe, particularly in Italy and Greece, but also in Germany. You remember the question of Syria, etc. Today, we have a problem of migration potentially, not only for the question of traditional problems, but also for the lack of food after Ukraine crisis. Yes. So we have a huge problem, different respect to the past. So I don't know what my message for the next generation of leader. Okay, try to arrive to good agreement, to good goals, but the real question is to have a comprehensive vision. Yes. How is deep the change in the world?
Embracing the connectivity, the complexity of these problems.
And that's what we've heard a lot about today, is that these are not simple issues. They cannot be described in a 240-character tweet, regardless of what Elon Musk might think. Lord Grimstone, we've heard what's at stake. We've also heard what that road needs to look like and his message to those folks who are going to be negotiating. Tell us, what's the prize?
Well, look, the prize is actually getting to where we all know we have to get to.
Which is?
Net zero. But I love the passion. I love the goals. I love the rhetoric. But I've moved beyond that because I just now take for granted that anybody sensible, anybody rational knows that we have to do it. So I am much more interested and much more concerned with the practicalities. How are we going to do it? Where are we going to raise the finance from to do it? How are we going to support those places which don't have the finance to do it? And this requires, completely new thinking. And we're having to do this at a time when the world is more troubled than almost any time in my lifetime. And I say that as probably one of the oldest people in the room here today.
Give us some guidelines on how you think that should happen then. What should be done?
It is the creation of investable propositions that people can invest in to drive us towards net zero. When I came into my role as the UK's Minister for Investment, everywhere I looked, there were investment aspirations. Aspirations are wonderful. You know, we must do hydrogen, we must do carbon capture, we must think again about nuclear. The problem with aspirations, you can go to bed at night feeling warm about them, but you can't invest in an aspiration. You have to turn these aspirations into investable projects.
And is emerging markets and investing in emerging markets that high enough up on the agenda? That's our topic today.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, because we are literally all in this together.
So why don't we go a bit closer to home, Lord Grimston, in the UK? Give us a sense of how the UK is preparing for what is a monumental meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh.
Well, first of all, we are dealing with the practicalities. But most importantly, we want to maintain the momentum of COP26. Now, you would think that was entirely straightforward. Who would not want to maintain that momentum? But we're doing this at a time, as my great friend just said, at a time of unprecedented, change in the world. I mean, the impacts of Ukraine, the impacts of inflation, living with the aftermath of the pandemic. So the challenge will be, how do we keep on moving this forward in a world which is amazingly different to what it was only a year ago, only 2 years ago.
And what are the roadblocks then, from a practical, let's have an example of the roadblocks to that progress, because the vision is clear, the sense of ambition is clear. What's in the way?
Too much talk, not enough action.
All right. All right, well, let's take that. Let's see what action we need from governments. Senator Renzi, you've signed the Paris Accord, you've led your country. What does the policy agenda have to look like right now?
I'm not a politician, I'm not the leader of my country, but I believe that maybe it's a surprise for a lot of you, but in terms of a political agenda, the priority nobody discuss in that moment, particularly in Europe, is the crisis of demography. That is worse than every emergency. I know, probably you think this guy is crazy. It's true, but not for that. Look about the history, the civilization, and for the crisis in demography, not for other things. Europe today discuss a lot about climate change. Good, very important. Also, if we change some projects, because we started from 6 months ago, the idea of Europe was we have to get off Poland for the problem on LGBT community, and we have to follow Greta. Now we follow Poland for the crisis in Ukraine, and we search nuclear energy. That just in 6 months, just to understand what happened in Europe. Right. But we can discuss about that, about migration, everything. Look the numbers. China and India together will be 3 billion of people in the next months, more or less. Europe, unfortunately, without the UK, will be in the next year more or less 450 million. Nigeria, in the next 20 years, will be bigger than Europe. Sorry, not Africa, bigger than Europe. Nigeria, one of 54 countries around the world. So what is the problem? The problem is, in the political agenda, we have to start from that priority. First, Europe will have a role, yes or not?
Yes or not?
For me, of course, in my dream, see. Yes, see. In my nightmare, I'm really worried because we risk to become spectators of the match between USA and China. G20 was one of the most important initiatives in 2008, 2009, I don't remember, maybe the last Bush government, the Bush administration. But today, the risk is transforming G20 in G2, USA and China. So we have a lot of considerations about the question. But political agenda, we can discuss about the renewables. Yes, we have a problem. For example, in Italy, we have the first problem for the lack of investment in renewables is bureaucracy. Strange for Italy, very strange. But I think we have a lot of single topics in the single point. We can discuss about oil and gas, solar, what is the translation, the possible consequences, about a lot of things. But if you ask me, what is the priority in political agenda? I think there is a stone nobody look. This is the lack of the capacity to understand how is important the problem of demography in Europe.
Okay. Yeah, got it. So a huge challenge there. Dr. Fouad, our understanding about any conference of the parties is that the vast majority of the work, the biggest part of the iceberg, happens in the run-up to the conference itself. What can you give us as an indication of how things are progressing?
Thank you very much. Last week, we have, with the UK presidency, Alok Sharma and Minister Sameh Shukri, had convened a meeting in Copenhagen, thanks to Denmark, gathering the ministers of environment in order to start discussing once again the climate agenda before even the SBs, which is the official track for the UNFCCC. And that was a very important meeting to keep the momentum going, as His Excellency Minister of Investment was mentioning, and the Prime Minister, in order to see how can we build upon COP26, what is expected from COP27. Two important parts, by the way, that came out from COP26 that the world is looking at. One is the preparation for the global goal on adaptation, and how that can be rapidly done, and what does that mean. And the second one is starting the discussion on the new collective goal on finance, because those two are really very important to keep discussing. One thing also that is happening right now is the preparation in our country, in Egypt, to Sharm el-Sheikh for receiving all the delegations that will be there. So we're turning Sharm el-Sheikh to a complete green city. We are changing the whole transport system for an e-mobility. We're changing the hotels to have a green star. We're changing the solar PVs at the hotels and giving them a partnership with the private sector and from the banking sector in order to be able to bear that kind of cost in a world after the pandemic. And we're changing the whole waste management system. Why I'm giving that example? Because that example is the thing that I was talking about. How can we articulate comprehensive and integrity and integration in that COP? That would only be by showing and not telling, because people are really fed up of telling and talking. So
that's right, isn't it?
And having that to be upscaled, that's important.
Yeah, so that must be right. And we'll talk about the goals that we're looking to score in Sharm el-Sheikh. But Dr. Fouad, you make the point that if we don't tell the stories of success, if we don't turn words into deeds, everyone will lose faith. How confident are you that the mechanisms are in place to hold countries to account for the pledges that they have made?
We need to keep pushing on the pledges that were made and how that could be realized through the leaders, through the different high-level officials and ministers, and through also one important part is showing the win approach. If we, for an example, talking about the private sector inclusion as part of the international climate finance system, we need to think of what are the innovative tools that we can bring to the financial mechanism in order to be able to encourage and to push in implementation of that.
Right, good. And we'll talk specifically about that private sector intervention very shortly. But why don't we get a bit more specific, Edie?
Yeah, well, let's build on some of what we've heard in the past. We've talked about some of the previous conferences of the parties. I've been to several of them. It can be confusing. You have different countries making different announcements. You have companies making announcements. You have non-state actors making announcements. It can be tough to figure out actually what really happened and what was really important that happened until a few weeks after the conference. That kind of muddies the waters in a way. I wonder if you could just help us focus on success, what success really looks like. You started to go into that a bit, Dr. Fouad. What do you think, Senator Renzi, what do we have to see to declare victory at COP?
The real victory will be possible only if there is a great knowledge from the leaders, governors, government leaders. I'm very frank with you. We can discuss a lot about the modality, the technicalities, how is the good session. And of course, Dr. Fuad, she's a very good minister, so she will prepare everything very well. But the real question will be if there is a real engagement from leaders or not. I was witness in Paris. I remember how it was important for President of the United States, Barack Obama, last COP for him, this event. And I was witness of the long discussion and dialogue between Obama and President Xi Jinping and Obama and Prime Minister Modi. Because in 2015, the real question about climate change were about particularly China and India, of course. So it depends from the ability and the desire of the leaders to put really that question as crucial. Will be possible? I don't know.
So just briefly, go back with us now to the younger Matteo Renzi and give yourself a brutal piece of coaching on what you could have done differently.
I believe, for the old chair, try to coaching
your former self as you're signing the Paris Agreement. You know, because you're talking about a world of opportunity there.
I believe the real question is try to think, but that this is true particularly for the Western communities, for the Western government. Try to don't think about day by day, but try to have a long vision of project. That is true, for example, in Saudi, the idea of Vision 2030 is important. Of course, this is a different model. Xi Jinping tried to, with One Belt, One Road. Our problem, for a lot of reasons, the first, we believe in a different system and so in democracy, we don't think about the next generation, but we think about the next elections.
So you sound like
usually we think about the next post on Twitter. Okay. That is the real problem. But if we think about the next election, it's not so bad.
Senator Renzi, it sounds like you're admitting to thinking too short term. I'd just like to understand why.
Okay, of course. I was Prime Minister for 3 years. In Italy is a geological era. Because usually we change a Prime Minister every year. So I joke a lot with a lot of people because all my colleagues stay for Angela Merkel, she stayed for 16 years. Right. So she changed 8 Prime Ministers. Berlusconi a lot of time, but that is a different thing. So I believe the question about time is true, particularly for sustainability and for COP27. So I have a great admiration for the good possibilities in Sharm el-Sheikh. I think Egypt is... we work a lot with President al-Sisi when we discover an oil and gas in Egypt 8 years ago with Eni, the important company in Italy, but the real question is not the single dossier, but a vision for the future. Myself, I think, not think about day by day, but think about next generation.
So thinking long term. Lord Grimstone, what for you do we have to see to declare victory in Sharm el-Sheikh?
Well, I think we have to have the pledges renewed, but then, of course, we know where the starting point is, that's now. We know where the finishing point is, that's when the pledges have to be delivered by, but the path in between them, to my mind, is still very vague, still very indistinct. And I'm sorry to be repetitive, but it comes back again to the practicalities. The pledges, in a sense, are easy. Particularly now the intellectual argument has been won of what are the dreadful global effects of climate change. That part, I believe, is easy. Yeah. It is this path that you have to go down. And look, we're going to have to find something as large as the industrial revolution that we had in this country 200 years ago. Now, interestingly, that industrial revolution was founded entirely on coal. 200 years on, the next industrial revolution, the green industrial revolution, will be founded on the removal of coal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's an amazing change.
And one thing we want from you and all of our guests is your message to the guests in this room at this summit. And we're going to come to that, but why don't we take a question from our audience here? Hopefully we can get a microphone to Nisreen El Saim, a youth climate activist and climate negotiator, UN's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change, joining us from Sudan. Firstly, welcome, Nisreen, and tell us your question.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to congratulate Minister Yasmin for launching their climate strategy for Egypt 2050. It was, I think, yesterday. It's a very big step, only if we actually manage to have the planet by 2050.
Right.
Secondly, I really liked what Senator Matthew said, everything. I am sure it's easier to say it when you are not the Prime Minister anymore. Sorry.
And your question, Yasmin?
My question is, earlier at the opening session, we heard that it's
You bring my name, eh? Yes, Senator Material.
My memory is
very
bad,
good
I'm sorry.
propaganda for election. Yes.
Let me hear the other name also. Sorry, I had to memorize it. Well, we earlier heard from the CEO of FII that it's very important to bring a dialogue. But if the dialogue is not really transparent, if we did not build on it, it's just talking.
Blah, blah, blah.
No, we don't use it anymore. It's already consumed. So my question right now, I've attended 7 COPs until now. I know I look young, but it's not the truth. And I think COP 22 in Marrakesh, the slogan was COP of action. So we still have the same slogan every year at every COP. The question is, as a young person representing a lot of young population who are not in this room, and this is also a big question mark, how can we rebuild our trust in the international institutions like UN, like the World Bank, like the biggest institutions that actually we think it's running the world, and it's not running the right way. We are going anti-clockwise.
Thank you.
Great question. And in the interest of time, forgive me, panelists, I'm going to ask you to be brief on this because we want more questions in. Lord Grimston.
Well, I think we only can build trust by delivering what people want. And they have to see things happening as a result of that. But look at the extent to which private industry is now taking this into its own hands. Many of the largest global car manufacturers, auto manufacturers, will not be manufacturing internal combustion engine cars beyond 2030. That's only 8 years away. So that's something which is already happening there.
What's an example of something that Britain could do to rebuild trust in its own institutions?
Oh, I think living up to what we say. No, I really do. It is delivering.
Give us an example of a gap.
Well, I'm not sure I want to say we have any gaps. Look, there's always going to be a gap between the rhetoric, the expectations, and the practicalities.
So what are you saying in the locker room then? What are you saying? Come on, we have to knuckle down on this. We've said it out loud. Yes. Tell us where you're focusing.
Well, let me give you an example. We now have, off the east coast of England, one of the largest wind farms in the world. Yep. And you can go there and you can see it.
So where's the gap?
We need more of them.
Okay.
Keep going.
I don't believe only in the international institutions, but not because today we have a problem in the international institution everywhere. Just to make an example, where is United Nations in Ukraine crisis? Do you see the General Secretary? He arrived after 60 days and just to pay a brief tour trip in Moscow and Kiev. But just to give a message of positivity, here, in this stage, also in the connection, you have 2 men. Larry Fink was the first, is not an international institution, is a financial important investor, and the manager entrepreneur, he decided to give a message 2 years ago about finance, green finance, important. The other, the chairman also of FII, but the governor of PIF and the chairman of Saudi Aramco, he speak about the project in the green energy, and is the boss of Saudi Aramco. 2 days ago, became the most important company for he surpassed Apple. That is important. So what means that you have some signal of positivity from the world. Don't expect only from institution. Try to be the change in the institution, because you have to try, but at the same time, don't expect only solutions from institution, and please bring the good signals to arrive, for example, from green finance or the most important companies around the world.
Yeah, now I'm conscious Dr. Fuad will have views on this and all other questions, but time marches, so should we take another question?
Let's take another question. So let's go now to Massimo Mazzacocco, Generation 17 young leader, here from Argentina. What's your question for our guests?
Hi. You listen? Yeah?
Oh yeah.
Thank you. For me, it's a little bit difficult to ask a political correct question, because I come from the global south. We walk the territory every day, and there's a big gap between what is going on in the north and what is going on in the south, generally speaking, no? And in an earlier panel, they ask us, what should we say to the people sitting down in this room as youth? The first thing youth says right now is financial support, because ideas, we have plenty of ideas. Okay. We just need to change the economy to an economy that in the center is the health of the ecosystems and the well-being of the human beings, not the result. So the question is, how do we change to an economy where the ecosystem value of a forest is in the cost?
Yes.
Because, for example, I have a friend in a community that all the community lost their house because a global north company came, the forest disappeared, no one paid that cost, and now 50,000 people lost their houses. Right.
Yes.
How do we do that? And
very clear.
Just another thing. I'm not saying this in angry. We are like global citizens, the new generations. We try to work all together. Just trying to understand how to take action. As Nisreen said, we are doing this since 10 years ago and always is take action. And what do you think youth should do to get involved in a way that would listen? Okay. If we are very radical, don't listen. If we are not very radical, so what is the best way to get involved as youth and move forward to the next level?
Clear. Okay, actually, let's go to Dr. Fuad now. Thank you very much, Massimo. Very clear. One question, Dr. Fuad, there coming through about finance, about changing the economy. Now, I know that this is a subject very close to your heart. You've done a lot of work on this. How do we make sure, just as the title of this entire summit is, how do we make sure the money is going to the right places? Tell us how that particular tract might be developing, first of all.
Thank you very much. I believe that in order for the money to go into the right place, the right enabling environment should be there. For an example, when we're talking about the national level at any country, there should be a robust system for enabling environment that would ensure that the finance that is there in the first place is spent on climate change. For an example, Egypt had taken a very bold step 3 years ago in greening our national budget, aiming to reach 100% of all our government projects to be green projects by 2030. And that was in the middle of the pandemic. Secondly, we need to have a consensus reached by all parties that are there, from the developed and the developing countries, on the streamlining the process of achieving that kind of finance and going to the right place. Because the idea of the finance is not only the quantity of the finance, but also the access to the finance and the ability of the countries to access those finance. Thirdly, which I think is extremely important, those finance will not be sustainable and on a longer term unless the technologies are available for the countries and the local communities at a cost that is affordable and could be replicated and upscaled at each of those levels. Thank you.
Okay. And what about that second question? Senator Renzi, why don't we come to you for that? How can youth be not only heard, but how can they be listened to? What should they be doing differently? What do you think?
First of all, for Massimo, we haven't answered for your question because you and your generation are the answer. Please, thinking about Argentina. Argentina is one of the most beautiful and rich countries around the world. 1 century ago, a lot of Italians left Italy to go to Argentina, and everyone is Italian in Argentina. So it's yes. Last time election, 3 candidates, 3 Italians. Very good. My comment: we will win, of course, but 3 on 3. The real question is. Argentina lost a lot of opportunities in that period. Why? There is a gag, a very important Argentinian, I cannot say the name, told me, God created the world and a beautiful Argentina. They then decided to stop and they created the Argentinians to destroy everything. That was a very important Argentinian, I cannot say the name. But the real question is that now you live in a globalized world. So you know what is the world, and you, Massimo, explains very well. So you haven't excusation, you haven't alibi. You have to change your country, bring the power in your hands, not blame what could come from abroad, because it's true. A lot of companies around the world came to, particularly in the south, to bring money and destroy economy. But now, in the globalized world, and I believe in the globalization, you have every type of knowledge, you have every type of information, and you have to decide because the power is in your hands. Is not easy, but is your responsibility, up to you. Sorry, because the people, blah, 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 you are very poor and sorry. No, you are the leader of tomorrow. Not expect other people. If I became prime minister, everyone could become prime minister because I'm the symbol. If I became my person, everyone could become a prime minister, president,
Renzi,
king.
Is there any truth in the idea that the young care more about the planet than the old?
Young?
The young care more about the planet than the old.
Yeah, but I believe, yes, that is true, and that is very important, because the young people today, in my opinion, is the great hope of new planet. There is a quote very beautiful of Shakespeare, not Shakespeare, sorry, absolutely, Oscar Wilde, totally different. The next generation is, I changed the quote in the course of this speech. The next generation is very crazy. Right. I love to be part of them because that is the most important opportunity of the world is the next generation, and particularly they care about planet, sustainability, values. I don't believe in the idea new generation is a generation without hope. I believe in the new generation.
Good. Okay. So we would be doing a disservice if we didn't bring our private sector colleagues. I think Steve Jobs spoke about the crazy ones as well.
Absolutely.
I might have included Jim Henson as well.
you cannot speak about Steve Jobs today here because after Saudi Aramco is better than Apple. You risk in terms of quoting, in terms of value and bar. So
right. So we're here to talk about jobs of the future, which brings us to Lord Grimston.
Yes, well, you've chaired companies, including Barclays Bank, Standard Life Aberdeen. What's your message to your former colleagues as we march towards COP27?
Mobilize investment to support it. Mobilize savings products that allow people to participate in it. Find ways of involving the young, make the young feel that they have a stake in this going forward. But remember, we've been concentrating very much on the entirety of ESG. What about governance? Companies have to rule themselves properly. They have to live up to their social responsibilities. This is all part of the march that we are all on.
Now, Lord Grimston, promise me you won't give me a politician's answer on this. Promise?
Maybe.
Let's.
That was a trick question, wasn't it? That was a trick. That was a trick question.
Okay, we're going to get told off.
I love you.
We're running out. So, name and fame, because we like points of light. Who does that well? Who creates these products? Because that's what you're calling for.
I think any of the big savings companies, they do that because there's a market for it. People want to.
So you're calling.
Do it.
Forgive me. You're calling for stuff that's already happened. What's the point of that?
I want there to be more of it. I want it to be accessible to everybody.
But shine the light even higher. Well, let's stretch. Let's raise our sights. Where are we headed for? This is about the future.
Yeah, look, we're heading for a future so that the world survives. And I don't believe this point saying that only the young care about it more than the old.
Good.
I've got 9 grandchildren. Do you think I don't care what their lives are going to be like going forward? Of course, the young people should participate. It's the privilege of young people. But everybody must participate. Everybody must make their voices known in this.
I do want to make sure we get our final young voice in. Yes. It's not fair if we don't bring Jansen Durham from Rwanda in, but a very brief question, please, sir.
Of course, and thank you all for having us today. Senator Renzi, you brought up a great point around Nigeria specifically, how there's going to be more citizens there than all of Europe combined. So I'm curious to hear from you all. How can we make the 21st century the African century? What will it take to bring widespread economic prosperity and sustainability to the continent?
All right, Senator Renzi, and then maybe a brief comment from Dr. Fouad as well.
I believe very clearly. I discussed about the numbers of Nigeria because that is the direction and the trajectory of the world. That is clear. The world look at Africa with the next really hope. But also in the last 50 years, the world looked at Africa as the next hope. So it depends from the next generation to be able to fight corruption in Africa, not only in Africa, to create stability. I don't know what type of institutional system, because I'm the last one in Europe to speak about stability, because I'm Italian. But the stability means give a clear framework for investments, because if you haven't that, it'll be impossible to invest today in Africa. And please, a lot of global players continue to be afraid about the investment in Africa, despite numbers unbelievable in Nigeria, very important in Egypt. I think is the second country in terms of population around Africa, and Ethiopia and other countries. So my suggestion is Africa is clearly the future. The question is when future begin, because it's the last 50 years, every dossier explain now it's time to Africa. Your generation have the responsibility to try to change finally. Good luck.
Very, very brief.
Yeah, I think it's a brilliant question. Thanks, Senator. So we're all imagining now Lord Grimston and Senator Renzi down the streets of Sharm el-Sheikh on their green scooters. We hold this image very clearly in our minds. Dr. Fouad, what is your final message to our room here, many from the private sector, as we race towards COP27? A final thought to leave with ringing in our ears.
COP27 would be the COP for implementation. We're still expecting the private sector and the investors to come up with more robust, transformative tools for the fight against climate change. And they can do that because there is a story of renewable, but renewable is not alone the only thing that we need in the world. So as we all succeeded to make renewables bankable, we need to touch bases on all other development sectors that mainly focuses on the basic needs of humanity on food, water, shelter, and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, that has been a brilliant panel, a brilliant, very short road to COP, but thanks. Let's have our audience give a very huge thank you to all three of our great panelists. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Just this way. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ollie, fantastic. That was pretty good,
I wish that was even longer. Thank you very much for our questioners as well in the mix.
Exactly. Fantastic to have the voice of youth. I really, really appreciate all of you making the time to come here as well. So we are very nearly at the end. Still a little bit more to come, though. Any takeaway from that session we just had, Ollie?
Just that idea that any one ministry is not going to solve these challenges. So what are the new platforms for the interconnectedness of ideas? Also, how confident are we that those very early stage thinkers and investments are getting the capital they need to survive?
Okay, absolutely critical. Right, we'll be back in just a moment, but it's now time for me to bring back up to the stage the CEO FII Institute, Richard Atias. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. Please, a big round of applause for our moderators. I know it's Friday evening, so I will not take a lot of your time. Thank you all. Thank you for your commitment. I think it was a very dense day. Great content. I think we can definitely thank all our speakers. So please, a round of applause for all our speakers, for all our moderators, for you, because you are very active participants. Really, you are not just delegates, you are really our members of the family of the FI Institute. So I really would like to thank you all. I would like to thank all our strategic partners once again. Just a few words. I think this is just the beginning of a journey. It's obvious when I hear the voice of the young people. You need to know, and this is not just blah blah as it was said, you need to know that my personal commitment, and you know, we are born on the same continent, my personal commitment is to make the FI Institute the most loved brand by the youth. This is my goal, my personal goal. Okay? Great. So to do that, as Matteo Renzi said, as the Prime Minister said, there is nothing we can do without you. So it has to be a win-win collaboration. This is very important. Yes, this room is a little bit too small to bring much more young people, but you are the great ambassadors. Thousands of people were following live stream. I would like to thank them, all of them. And what's next? It is more important. It's not just to have a great day of talks and meetings, etc. Yes, at the FI Institute all year long, and I would like to thank all my colleagues from the FI Institute for your great work, really, all of you, you were superb. Because for the past 2 years, during COVID, you are so committed to publish so many reports, so many surveys, great white papers. We organize so many virtual, hybrid, and now in-person conversations, but with outcomes, indexes on vaccines, many reports which are really an opening a lot of great challenges. You have developed in less than 1 year great partnership with great academia like Stanford, HEC, and many more. We were able to get the support from great corporations who are supporting our work, and more to come. For what? For what? I think this is the best and the only question we should have before we leave. For what? For definitely changing things. So we need to be, all of us, game changers. I think it's very important. Just what do we have to bring back home? I think what is important is to leave this room, at least it would be my homework. What can I do next? When I mean next is the next few days, in the next few weeks, with all your support, to be sure that all the great ideas which were discussed here will be implemented. I think it's absolutely. So how? We will do a follow-up. We will come back to you. My team will build a full follow-up team to be sure that all these ideas, all these suggestions will be implemented. If at least 10 of the hundreds of ideas which were debated today could be implemented, I think it will be a great change. And let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. I think we need to launch initiatives, we need to finance this initiative, and instead of just signing MOUs on the 25th, 26th, 27th of October in Riyadh, by the way, you are all our guests, and the invitation will be released in the next few days to welcome you again to Riyadh for the 6th edition. This will be an important conversation. I guarantee you we'll have a lot of innovations, a lot of great discussion about the future of the world. But what is important, don't sign MOUs. Let's celebrate what we'll be doing together between now and October on environmental, social, governance, not only here in Europe, but for all over the world. And I can tell you, we should be very proud to be, in total objectivity, part of the FII Institute family, because it's an international organization, not for profit, born in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which will have an impact globally in the world, and I can tell you we're driving the change. So thank you for your support, because we are really, really making a lot of change. Thank you very much for your time, and I think that, I don't know if, are you coming back on stage, or am I supposed to do the next chapter? No, please, come back. Okay, so just 2 more minutes or few more minutes, because you did an amazing job today, and I think it's important to celebrate what we did by watching a best-of video. So let's see the great video of the day. Thank you all, and see you soon in Riyadh.
We are gathered here today for a series of conversations around one of the most urgent topics for the future of humanity: inclusive ESG. Welcome to the FII Regional Summit.
We need to dialogue. There is not a single issue in the world which could be solved if we don't build dialogues. We are just trying to bring an additional methodology, which I hope you will adopt, which I hope you will share.
How can we educate and empower the next generation to promote ESG initiatives?
I think one of the biggest opportunities in the next several years for investing and generating return is going to stem from decarbonization.
Go through the next revolution.
Help the market get to a place where we have more standardized data and standardized disclosure. But we're all going to have to work differently.
We're also going to do it in a way that elevates humanity at the same time.
We approach the ESG through multiple aspects, through partnership, through creating the right platforms and sponsoring initiatives and events.
Now we are also trying to influence the head of states and the member states, because without political will, unfortunately, nothing will happen.
Everyone in the world, everything in the world is an outlet for change, right? Like, that's why I wear it on me. I think plugged into each other on the local level, on the community level, on the world level, we can power change.
Good news, the money is there to fund investments into emerging markets and into that net zero challenge. The question now is how we mobilize that capital into the right projects for that transition.
If we want to talk about the carbon circular economy, we need to put the tools, and this is one of the main tools.
Most importantly, we all need to be working together, country by country, to work together to create that proper decarbonization pathway.
15 more projects around the world. Lots of big money is investing now. The fusion race is on.
Working together, we can address the climate change challenge while still having economic growth, addressing the ESG issue.
And implementation means an inclusive process where everyone should be around the table.
It is the creation of investable propositions that people can invest in to drive us towards net zero.
My message for the next generation of leaders: okay, try to arrive to good agreement, to good goals, but the real question is to have a comprehensive vision.
Yes.
How is deep the change?
Right. Embracing the connectivity, the complexity of these problems.
London will be a supportive partner, a continuing and supportive partner in all of your work to promote inclusive ESG across the world in the emerging markets. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
Ollie, what a wrap up. What a day as well.